866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you so much for tuning in. I know. And we are here, and we thank you so much for joining us. Oh, my goodness. If you're watching the TV option, you'll see that I have what looks to be a Band-Aid or some type of tissue on the back of my head. We'll explain. I apologize for the way that looks, but it's just life. And I can't stop the bleeding of a cut. So there you go. We'll break it all down today. On the phones, we got Barbecue Smoke Neck and the winner. They're your interns today. Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling, as you could just see, and he's in full control of the cameras. And is just swinging the cameras around and really zooming in on that cut. So we appreciate him and all he does today. Fired up to be here. And over to my right, it is Mr. Greg Burgess. He has a remote today, so he's got his staff shirt on. And then Helmsy has got his fishing shirt on because it's Fishing Shirt Friday. What's up, guys? How are y'all doing? Y'all good?
Good.
Fired up. Fired up.
You know what? I'm in a really good mood today.
That's great.
And it may just be so good that I'm a bip to you two.
Okay,
just
good.
giving you fair warning.
All right.
Speedy brought it up. I'm going to go ahead and announce it. I will be at Hendrick today.
That's right.
Till 11 to 1. Mm-hmm. If y'all want to come by for some Papa Murphy's Pizza.
The Hoover Auto Mall?
The Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
There you go. Right there.
I'm a Hendrick driver.
Got some
Chevy Silverado,
and
high country.
You'll even have some Papa Murphy's Pizza.
That's
won't you?
right.
Oh, Kevin getting out there, getting it fired up, ready to go.
Come on by. And while you're there, see what they got at this Hendrick Hoover Auto.
Is Mark going to be there too?
Who?
Mark?
Oh, yeah, Mark
Yeah.
A.D.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You scared me for
Greg,
a second.
My brain is early.
You had a stroke.
Okay, you really did scare me for a
early.
second. I thought, oh my gosh, I've got his name wrong, but I know him.
I know. I just, buddy, it's just early. My brain wasn't cranked up yet.
What are you pointing at?
What you got, buddy? What you got besides the tissue on the back of your head?
Nothing. I like what I just saw.
What was that?
I don't know. Some dude walked by with a backpack on.
Oh, it's Bubba.
No.
It's kind of early.
Listen, all you need to worry about is that tissue stuck to the back of your head.
All right, we got to talk about that. So,
Hey, you can hardly notice it. Don't worry about it.
I thought we've all cut ourselves shaving. Okay, we all have, and I've been. I remember an instance going to church one Sunday morning, and I'd cut I don't know if it was my face or neck, but I had left. I forgot it was there.
The old Adam's apple.
And Amanda goes, "I tell you one thing, you gonna take that off before we go in," and I'd completely forgot about it. So she saved me some embarrassment there. This morning, you didn't have the luxury of pulling it off before you came in here because it is so deep. That's a gash on your head.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I really don't. I knew when it happened because I felt it in the shower. So let me just break down my life for y'all.
Got to know.
And, let me just take you into my bathroom if you don't mind.
Okay.
I shave in the shower. And if you don't know and you've never seen me, I'm bald. So how you doing? Good to see you. And so I have a technique where I have a little mirror that sticks to the side of the shower.
Yep.
And I just while I'm shaving my face, I just go ahead and hit that bald head. Got shaving cream in there and everything. The steam of the shower, everything. It's easy. Yeah. Well, so I'm just doing my little routine. If you really want to know, I go face first, and then I work back of the head up. All right, and so when I was hitting the back left side of my head, I felt something sting, and I was like, well, that's
something
weird.
hit me,
and
A bee got me.
Yeah, and you know how sometimes when you're just in a routine, I know I'm shaving my
dug
head,
in and let her rip,
but I don't. You don't really know it. I mean, you're doing it, but you're not thinking about it because it's just such a routine.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, and then it's the test. You put the hand into the back of the head, and then you look, and then it's all bloody, and you're like, that's great. So now I got to finish shaving, and I got that going on, and I'm trying to put soap on it to see if it'll stop it or slow it down some. And so then you finish with the shower, and you're like, well, I don't want to bloody a towel. I'm sorry, y'all. Here, this is just my life. So then I step out and try to get some tissue to stick on there so I can dry my body out, and there's not blood rolling down the back of my neck. So then
if you get the tissue wet, it's messed up, and you start over.
And so then I get out, and I can't see the back of my neck. So I'm trying to turn to see where's the cut. So the only way I can know where the cut is to feel around in my head and feel it. Yeah. And so when I do that, I get my hand bloody again.
You just needed a little mirror.
I know. And I was thinking about
do this and then look in the other mirror.
I almost grabbed the one out of the shower, but it's got a little suction cup on it, and they're so hard to let it get for it to hold. They'll fall, and then your mirror cracks and all this kind of stuff. So I'm like, well, I don't want to undo that because it's in there. It's in there good. So I'm just going to have to deal with this. So in our bathroom, you walk in, and on one side there's a sink, and on the complete opposite side there's a sink, and there's 2 mirrors in front of each sink. So I'm trying to look across the bathroom to see if I can see the back of my head, and I kind of can. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to have to guess. So I just get a big old thing of tissue, and I just plop it on the back of my head, and it sticks. So I get a shower, I come on in, and I knew the whole time, hey, I got tissue on the back of my head. So I come in, and didn't take but a second for this one here, who's normally not very observant, but he saw that. Hey,
well, I mean,
what you got?
There's no way not to see it.
So I kept it on there until
you got it way smaller when you originally walked in. I mean, it was like a napkin.
But you got to realize at that point, I'm not sure what I'm dealing with, so I just had to go big piece of tissue just to make sure I hit it.
And he was sitting there talking normal because he'd forgot it was on there, and I was like, "What in the world are you doing?"
I had my window down a little bit coming in. I could feel it flapping, hitting the back of my head. So I took it off maybe about a minute or two before the show started. And it still and it just here it comes gushing out, and I'm like, well, so now I'm back to tissue again.
It's a good little gash.
So I apologize the way this looks, but
I don't get a stitch.
I'm not really sure what to do with it. And then I need Bubba here because surely he's got a Band-Aid in his office.
Mr. First Aid Kit's definitely.
Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna have to go Band-Aid just to get it stopped.
So. I think with this one for sure.
Yeah,
it's a nice little cut.
That's my life, and it's very and the reason why I would if like it wasn't noticeable, I wouldn't even bring it up on it. But that's the first thing you see when you look at the camera today.
Yeah.
Because I think Eddie Van Adler's going to make sure of that too, and I don't blame him. But it's a big old white piece of tissue on the back of my head. So there you go.
How about
that's
that?
my life. That was my day.
That's part of it.
That's my day.
You're going to be dealing with it.
Every man at some point has dealt with that.
Right.
A lot of people deal with it today.
Yeah.
That are listening. They don't realize it. Some people are going home right now from work. They'll wake up later today. They're making fun of you right now, and they're going to do the same thing later.
Right.
To their neck or their face or chin.
And
it happens.
You know what I think it happened? All right, so normally, I normally just kind of go straight up.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going, bottom of neck up. All right, straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up. All right, then I keep bringing it forward to the front of my forehead. Right, so here I come, top of the head, whatever, and then I'll go opposite way, just around here, to get rid of some of the stubble or whatever. I think when I was going, I kind of
too far down.
I pulled up.
Oh,
and then when I went to go back, I think the sideways, I think the razor made a cut sideways because I didn't bring it off the head.
Boom, got him.
I think that's what happened because I felt it. I was like,
got him.
And then when that water hits it, it's stinging. I'm it got me. I'm down, man down,
man down. We got a bleeder.
But you know what? If that's the toughest thing I got to deal with today, I'll be all right.
That's right there, buddy. That's a good attitude to have.
Hey, looks good, though.
It does look sharp, especially when it seeps through.
Yeah,
bloody.
Especially when you got a big old piece of white tissue and a red dot in the middle of it. That looks great.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on this Friday if you're listening live. Rick and Bubba University this week is it's ready to go. It has been recorded and ready to go, and it's a good one. We have Bill Battle as our featured guest this week in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. The Master's Plan, his guide to a successful life and career. The book is available now. You can purchase it in-store or online at Books A Million or Barnes & Noble. It's also, of course, available on Amazon and Whitman.com, but it is I tell you, this book, it's a hardcover. It's a nice one. The Master's Plan by Bill Battle, now available wherever you buy books. And so check that out either in-store or online. And I say in-store, and I'm wondering, do people still go in there? But, I'm sure you do. So anyway, if you want a spontaneous buy, you might be able to run in and grab it this week. Ahead of Father's Day weekend. It is Father's Day weekend coming up. That was a big part of yesterday's show, and hopefully we helped a lot of you on gift ideas for your dad or your husband if your kids are so young that they can't buy their own gift for them. For your dad.
I was thinking about Father's Day yesterday, and I'm the guy that always says I don't need anything, don't want anything. Yeah. And that mindset was passed down from my dad. That's what he says. So and that's what I say. But I got to thinking last night as I was over the grill, grilling some food, had some steaks and chicken last night. I don't take advantage of Father's Day like I should. Like, I take advantage of a lot of situations.
Sure you do.
I mean, y'all have seen it. I'm a master at this stuff.
You are.
And for whatever reason, I don't do it on Father's Day. And I really should.
Because you're exhausted.
And so I do think this. I think that I'm not going to do that this year because they'll see it like they'll hear this. I don't want to take advantage of the situation.
Yeah.
But I think next year I'm going to start taking advantage of Father's Day.
Yes, they're not like you.
I mean, it is not like me at all. This is
most opportunities you really get the most out of.
I really do. And I'm just not. I just don't do. I was thinking last night when I was over the grill. The last 2 years, I've needed a new grill, and Father's Day would be a perfect opportunity for that. Yeah. And I've just squandered it. Amanda asked me 3 times this week what I want for Father's Day.
Grill.
I could have said, hey, how about you?
New grill.
Green egg. Bring a green egg. I tell you what I want you to do, Amanda, go buy me a green egg. I should have said that, and it would have been guilt-free.
Yeah.
What is wrong with me?
Dropping the balls.
I don't
What's
know
wrong
anything
with
about
you?
the old green egg.
Well, I don't know. This is the first one
but
that
I've heard that they're really good.
What is it? Is it the one they?
I don't want to learn.
Do you know I sold mine when we moved? I had one.
Did you ever learn how to do it?
We really
Evidently you didn't like
Greg,
it.
it's not that big a
No,
deal.
no.
Well, evidently he didn't like it.
No, we really enjoyed ours.
It sounds like it, so I gave it away.
And then
that and that cat. You enjoyed it about as good.
And then we're such a spontaneous grill out family. You got to really. When it comes to the green egg, you got to know what you're doing and prepare for it because it's a little bit more than just cutting.
I like to go out there, cut it on, click, click, click.
Yeah, then it's not for you. Then
It's not.
you just gotta plan. But I'm gonna tell you what, it's some of the best eating you'll have.
Well,
Come on,
whoever you
with
gave it to is enjoying it.
Yeah. Well,
Anyway,
it was.
What's
one of
that
those
new?
things.
Is it somebody said one yesterday in a phone troll? Blackstone or is it?
What's
Is that it?
There's the black something. I don't know.
You got a
what
lot
it
of
is.
knockoffs.
Yeah. I forget which one we have.
I don't even know if I called it the right name. Bottom line is, I am not. This is out of the ordinary for me not to take advantage of a situation like this.
Yeah.
Because I am a master at it, and I have not done it appropriately on Father's Day for years and years and years.
For years and years and years.
Well, that'll
and I
change
blame my
next
dad
year.
on that. We blame everything on our parents.
Yeah.
That's his mindset, and I've just embraced it.
Well, boy, next
That
year
changes in 2022, friends.
You'll take advantage of it then.
I mean,
Y'all won't
come on.
believe next year when we're doing Father's Day. Y'all ain't gonna believe it.
I know.
I'm
I'm surprised you hadn't spun something out and
I
just
know.
gone and gotten one
I know.
yourself. I mean,
Well,
it's not about.
I thought about that, but I'll watch our.
Well, I got good news for you today. You're ready for today. You want to know what today's national holiday is?
What?
Y'all want to guess?
National Steak Day.
No.
Well, you said grill.
Right. Well, no. I didn't say
Tomorrow's
grill.
Juneteenth.
I just said he's ready for it. What do you
Tomorrow
think?
we can't do anything.
What does it look?
Juneteenth.
What does it look like he's ready for today?
Fishing.
National Fishing Day?
It's National Go Fishing Day.
Dang, and I won't be able to go today.
Oh,
You
come
dress
on.
like it though.
Oh,
yeah, you're ready to go.
Oh,
Fishing
yeah.
shirt. Friday.
Absolutely.
Got your Paisley print on.
Yeah. Huh?
By the way, I think this is 10 straight days without wearing the same shirt and without being in a pullover.
Wow.
How about that? That's close
Hey,
to one.
hey, you know what? You'll show Amanda.
I will.
That'll-
And next
that'll
week I'll
learn
show
her.
her again.
That'll learn her.
Quite the run I'm on.
I know. All right. Well, hey, do me a favor. We got 2 minutes before the break. Will you hit us with Would You Rather?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just feel like, is that
How many-
okay,
how many
Greg?
minutes?
We got 2.
You better
I-
hurry.
You
No.
could only bring one of these two men back from the dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Michael Jackson or Prince?
Ooh. I'm going Prince.
Well, if Jackson didn't have that pedophile thing,
Greg?
I like his music better. But you don't want to bring him back. I guess I go with Prince. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Michael, if you didn't know all that other, I mean,
Right.
it would be a no-brainer.
Right. There's probably people screaming at us right now, but I want to talk to Prince a little bit. See what he's got going on.
Would you rather only speak in one-liners or quote movies? That's the only way you could
I
speak.
quote that's it?
Yeah, that's
I'm
it.
quoting movies.
So everything that he says is
I
a
like to quote movies
from
now.
a movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna
Can't
go
talk.
I'm gonna go one-liners.
Okay, they're not bad.
I just wanted to defend Prince.
Okay,
You wanted to
so
defend him.
Prince would be who you brought back.
Even if Michael Jackson wasn't a pedophile,
Okay,
I
are you
would
taking
s-
that off the table?
I would just take that off the table. I would still bring back Prince.
Okay.
Yeah, he could shred a guitar way better
Yeah.
than
He
Michael
could.
Jackson.
Boy, he could.
Oh, I can dance. Who gives a crap if you can dance?
Evidently, a lot of people.
Why don't you go dance with some little kids, Michael Jackson?
whoa,
I'm not a Michael Jackson fan. I don't
you
like
can
Michael
tell.
Jackson.
There it is.
I hate how we prop him up and act like he didn't have this whole shady past of hanging out with tiny little
Okay,
boys.
You make a
Oh
point.
wow. Disgusted. Look at his face.
None
He's
of us want
disgusted.
that.
No.
Makes me kind of mad, you
Right.
know.
Of course, I bet if we dug real deep into Prince's life, you might find something in there a little scary too.
Sure.
I think very
I don't think you have to dig deep.
No.
very weird,
Yeah.
very
was
weird,
weird.
Weird,
yes.
quirky person.
But I don't think it involved little
Well,
boys.
You talking
Yeah.
about weird?
So
you mean-
that's good.
yeah.
yeah.
Like we're gonna see probably pants with no butt cheeks in them.
And we'll
Yeah.
we'll
There'll
change
be
our
that.
name to a symbol.
We'll
and
change
nobody
our
knows
name
what
to
to
a
say.
symbol,
What-
yes.
Was that to get out of a contract?
I don't know, or just to be weird.
I mean,
you know, I that's right. Was it?
yeah,
to get
I
some
think
royalty
because,
stuff.
Yeah, because
whatever.
his record label was.
I've heard that.
Putting it
but
to
I
him.
So he
don't know
could
if that's
record
true.
more. He could
Yeah.
record more stuff or whatever.
I kind of made that up, but I think that's right.
I've heard that, but I think that part's made up.
You know, I've also heard that Michael Jackson likes tiny little boys. So
Okay,
let's-
buddy.
Seriously,
How do you feel about him, though?
I hate him.
Oh, well, you hate him.
In fact, when I was a DJ, I wouldn't play Michael Jackson at weddings. It was a big problem.
He had his own protest.
25 minutes until the top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. For those of you watching us on YouTube, coming back with some Prince for Adler, actually. As we roll on back, the Would You Rather was if you could bring one back, either Prince or Michael Jackson, who would it be? And we all picked Prince, but we didn't ask you, Helmsy. Who would you have picked?
I'll probably bring back Prince.
Okay.
Yeah. I know. Weird.
Yeah.
I'm a quirky guy, though.
Well, I wouldn't say it was weird. I mean, I
both
think
of
that's a
those
good
in their own
decision.
right are quirkies.
Oh,
So,
yeah. Anytime.
yeah. I go Prince, quirky.
Setting the table real quick for today to let you know we've got Rick and Bubba University ready to go and published Saturday morning. Make sure you've got your notifications set to get that when it is when it's out. We're talking to Bill Battle this week. His book, The Master's Plan, His Guide to a Successful Life and a Career. You can purchase that in-store online, Books A Million and Barnes & Noble. Also, of course, it's on Amazon, Whitman.com, and others, wherever you buy books. But that's available. Great podcast and great discussion.
I feel like there's a lot of wisdom coming
It
to
is
that.
a ton of wisdom. A ton of wisdom.
Never met him. Didn't get to. I usually listen in the production room on Thursdays. Didn't get a chance to do that yesterday, so looking forward to that on Saturday.
Yeah. I know, me being from the Gulf Coast, I know y'all always make fun
Gulf
of me
rat.
on that. Anytime there's any disturbance down in the Gulf, I'm alerted because I still have family that lives down there, and they having to get prepared. This little tropical
what
system.
was it your granddad used to get the map out and track
Oh
them?
yeah, he had a little magnetic map, and he would sit there, and every time the latest tracking would come out, he'd put a little magnet there, and you could just see the
could go ahead and
dots
see where it was
where
at.
it started and the line it took, and he would be very precise, and you could
If
see
he got close to y'all, he'd let's go.
let's go, it's on, and where his house was, it was prone to flood as well, and
That's
so
better than a good flood.
and I lived just a couple of blocks from the beach, so I mean it was like serious business down in Pascagoula. Now I say the beach back then, it wasn't a big one; it was a small beach, but now it's a little bit. I think they've extended it down the coast a little bit. But we had the islands like Horn Island and stuff that would protect us a lot from a lot of the surge, but expecting a lot of rain with this one. So anyway, pay attention to your local affiliates, especially those of you that live down in the Gulf Coast area. But it's going to hit a lot of the southeast here coming up. Maybe around Father's Day for us or something like that. I don't know, late Saturday. Something.
Yeah,
We're
I don't know.
expecting a good bit of rain for sure.
Also, we have got some other stuff planned today, of course. We have interns here today, Barbecue Smoke Neck and The Winner. They are here ready to go. They're screening you up if you want to join in. And you want to be a part of the conversation, please do. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so when we went to break, we were right in the middle of Would You Rathers. And so can you hit us with
I
one
hit
or
you with
two
a couple
more?
of quick ones just
All
to
right.
kind of see where you're at on some things.
Go ahead.
Grape jelly or strawberry jelly?
Grape.
Grape.
Okay.
I don't hate strawberry though.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. Would
Grape.
you rather?
He didn't
Greg?
ask you
I
if you
didn't-
hated it.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this: if I open the refrigerator and we don't have any grape, to Greg's point,
that's fine.
and we have strawberry,
This is a would you?
If I have my choice,
rather.
but if they're sitting beside each other, I'm graping.
they might as well just be grape jelly and no other flavors available.
Thank
really.
you. Thank you.
Don't recommend either one of these, but I do this from time to time. Raw cookie dough or raw cake batter? Which one you choose?
Oh, gracious.
Cookie dough.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, cookie dough.
Probably not great.
When a friend is mad at you, would you rather them yell at you or ignore you?
Yell.
Is it
I
over
can't
with if they
stand
yell?
when people pout.
Yeah, just yell at me and get it over with. Don't give me
That
silent
pouty
treatment.
That's
mess.
my answer
Yeah,
too.
just get it over with. Let's get it over with and settle
Would you
it.
call
Punch
it,
me. Pouty.
Pouty mess.
Pouty mess.
What if we could just punch each other like I'm mad at you? Just can I punch you real quick?
Yeah.
And
You
go
want,
like,
let's start that. You
yeah.
want to?
And be like, yeah, go ahead. And then after I punch you, we're okay.
But you can't hit in the nose because
Yeah.
it'll break.
Yeah, but that goes back to some of our earlier discussion on just arguments in general. Do y'all remember growing up and like if you had beef with some dude or whatever and y'all ended up fighting or friends, whatever, y'all after that we were like best friends and
Yeah.
we'd hang out and nowadays they don't do that. Now I'm gonna stab or kill you.
Or they
you know?
arrest you,
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
even if it didn't get to that.
Yeah.
I mean, we were growing up. I think we punched all of our friends at least once.
Yeah.
You know.
How about the
No big
rumor?
deal.
How about the rumor that somebody was going to fight after school?
Oh, yeah.
Huh? And it would just start breaking out. Hey, have you heard?
You heard of fighting?
Greg and Helmsy are fighting after school.
Oh man,
There'd be a bigger
You know?
crowd there than you wanted.
I would draw a huge crowd.
Right.
Pressure was on.
And they'd all tell you where they're meeting. Hey, here's where they're meeting after school.
And it'd be just a mob.
And we didn't have cell phones or whatever. It was just completely word of mouth.
Yep. They got it. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying. We didn't put it on social media, whatever, but the mob was there. We it would be a crowd there.
Have I done this one already? If you were would you rather only ever be able to use sign language to speak, or walk backwards for the rest of your life?
I'm gonna use sign language.
Those are your
how
two
those
options.
Tie together. That's I don't like
Greg, it's a would you rather.
You know what I'm saying? That's
I'm gonna do sign language.
Hey,
nobody's going to walk backwards though. Sign
Greg,
language can't be that
Greg,
taxing.
would you rather be able to use have to speak in sign language
Yes,
the
I'm
rest
going
of
with
your
that.
life,
Yeah,
or
I'm going-
walk backwards?
I'm
It's
going
not
with
hard.
sign
You can
language.
speak normal,
But you do
with your
realize that
mouth
those are not related.
and walk back. I know they're not related.
Yeah, that's my point.
Could you imagine going down the steps
Prince, Michael
backwards?
Jackson, I get it.
You're mad at whoever wrote that book. aren't you?
He's really not going to like this next one.
That made no sense.
Would you rather be attacked by a flock of seagulls or try to outrun a stampede of horses? Now, you're being attacked by the seagulls.
Well, either way, it's going to
But,
be bad.
no,
But you're not
you
gonna
got a
outrun-
50-50
You
chance.
ain't going to outrun a bunch of horses.
You got a 50-50 chance to survive the horses.
Well, but could I veer off? I could veer off and get behind a tree or a bush.
Nah, you're thinking.
Huh?
Too much.
I
Yeah.
gave you a little extra there.
You know what
just
I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let one of the horses come
You're
up
either going to
beside me.
die by bird or die by horse.
Hey, look, I'm running here. Check me out. Look, I'm running. Here come the horses. One because I'm on it.
I think I
I'm
can
gonna
hold
jump, I'm gonna jump on the horse.
I can hold my own against seagulls. How long does the attack
Hey,
last?
those seagulls are bad.
That's pretty
man.
bad.
'Cause
They're
I can hold
bad.
my own against them.
Yeah.
Now, horses, I can't.
Would you rather never take your sunglasses off ever, Greg?
Ever?
Ever, or never take your hat off? You have to either wear a hat
Like
all
the
the time,
I see, this
every
is a good
waking
one.
moment.
I wouldn't have cut my head this morning.
That's a good point.
I can't sleep in sunglasses.
Oh, we'll take sleep out of it. You don't have to wear a hat or sunglasses
now
while
you
you're
got-
sleeping.
Okay. I'm probably going sunglasses.
What? Man,
You
it,
keep
can get, it can get kind of dark.
So anytime you go to
Yeah, but I'd look cool.
in a restaurant, church,
Yeah.
you got sunglasses on.
Yeah, I'd look sharp. What
Take-
kind of hat is it?
Take a sip.
Cap,
whatever
fedora.
hat you want.
I'm going back and forth. I'll go hat.
I could wear a cap. I know people who basically do that.
Took a sip.
All right, I got
I
one.
need to wear a
this
cap
one, this
now,
one
but I
can
wore
be,
a cap for 23 years, so now.
This
every
one can
day.
be a little
Yeah.
sensitive, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Oh, wow.
Okay, feeling a little froggy today. Got a lot of sleep. Would you rather lose a leg
Oh, wow.
but live to be 90, or keep both your legs and die at 70?
Oh, gosh. I know you hate when we ask questions.
And this is
When do-
happening.
when do
It
I-
happens this
I was
weekend.
going to say, when do I lose my leg?
You have this
Wait,
decision
but you
to
know,
make.
prosthetics have come a long way.
They have.
Now, what's the other besides losing a leg?
You keep both the legs, but you die at 70. If you lose a leg, you're living until you're 90.
I'm going to lose a leg.
Really?
Yeah.
Am I healthy at 90?
Well, I mean, you're as healthy
Well, you
as a
don't have a-
90-year-old can
yeah,
be.
you don't have a
You got.
leg.
I tell you this.
You're
No,
missing
no.
a- you're
I can
missing a leg.
overcome that.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
there's
90. Yeah, you're.
Is it above the knee? I've lost it.
Yeah, it is. It is
Yeah.
above the knee.
Yeah. I mean,
Doing
prosthetics,
that on
they've
the
come a
fly,
long
but-
way, man.
I'm going with the 90 and the
yeah.
leg.
Really?
I mean, that leg, it's going to give me
If I'm
problems.
healthy at 90.
Right.
I don't
yeah.
wanna be like
We got a
a-
lot to do. Huh?
Yeah, I can deal with that.
And I'll save these.
All right, we've got phone calls. People wanting to chime in.
Would you rather wear a fishing shirt on Friday or a zip up on Saturday? And if Prince was here, which one would he wear? Go.
Fishing shirt, both of them. That's exactly what Prince would do, and that's what I would do. I'm not a big Prince fan, by the way.
You love
I'd just rather have him over MJ.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes till top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour. We thank you so much for tuning in. Phone calls are getting screened up. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join in on the discussion. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at AlabamaRoadTrips.com. You know, they've done it again. If you'd like to win a fun family vacation that's free, you need to listen up. You need to make sure that you go right now to AlabamaRoadTrips.com and enter to win the Out of This World family road trip. And I'm telling you, the trip is valued totaling about $3,500. It's the perfect weekend getaway for adventurous families. All lodging and meals are included. Plus, you get $1,500 spending money to customize the trip however you want. So check it out right now, AlabamaRoadTrips.com. Enter to win. And it's the Out of This World family road trip. And we are actually looking forward to announcing this on Friday, July 9th, right here on the show, who wins this great contest. It's alabamaroadtrips.com, alabamaroadtrips.com. Enter to win this out-of-the-world family road trip today. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and get there through sponsors if you would like. All right, so we have some phones here that are being screened up. We have got Barbecue Smoke Neck and the winner doing that at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, we're getting people that have tuned in late. They want to know why I've got tissue on the back of my bald head, and that's because I cut myself shaving. There you go. Let's go to Jonathan, who's in Huntsville, home of the river. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, how you doing?
Man, we're great.
Good. Hey, I was listening to y'all on my way into work this morning, and y'all were talking about needing a new grill.
Yeah.
And trying to get one for Father's Day.
Right.
I'm a big fan of rolling big gifts into, like, 2 events. Like, my wife bought me a one of these Pit Boss pellet smokers, and I love that thing, by the way. It is probably the best grill I've ever owned.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, it's like the Traeger, but it's half the cost, and it has all the flavor. But what I was saying about rolling it into one, it's like she bought me this Pit Boss grill, and I told her, I said, just make this for Father's Day and make it for my birthday. And I don't feel guilty about having a big purchase come in at one time. But the kicker to that is I also know that there's probably going to be a little something come around on my birthday anyway.
Okay. All right. So you're like, hey, let's get a big gift and just
and then
roll it all into one. I got it.
I've heard good things about those Traegers. He's saying this is half the price and all the flavor of a Traeger. May have to look into that.
Look at you with your fishing shirt on.
Look out.
Let's go to Chase, who's in Tennessee. Chase, what's up?
Hey, guys. It's actually Pale City. But
Pale City? It says Tennessee. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's all good. Speedy, me and my family, we just bought 4 season tickets to UAB.
Oh.
Is there any chance we're going to get to see you this fall?
I hope so. We haven't had that discussion on that. If for those of you who don't know, the last couple of years I was the in stadium MC for UAB football, and I would run around and all that. Legion Field is where they played their home games, but now their new stadium is downtown, right by Topgolf, and it is looking nice.
It's gonna be nice.
It's gonna be a great atmosphere in at Chase. Hopefully, I will be there. Yeah, I was talking to the folks that are in charge of game day just the other day, and they were like, "We haven't sat down and had that conversation yet, but you're definitely in that. So hopefully so.
You're either going to, if not, then you're going to dress up as Blaze, the fire-breathing dragon, right?
Yeah. I would like to.
Or Helmsy might. He's been known to be a mascot.
Yeah, he loves that. He loves that. That's a lot of fun. Let's go to Adam. He's in Missouri. What's up, Adam?
Hey, I got a comment for Helmsy. Would you rather endorse Joe Biden for president or spend a 24-hour car ride with Nancy Pelosi?
Oh, wow! I'd go with.
I tell you, I'm getting in the car.
I think I'm getting in the car. I know I'm getting in the car. Now,
Nancy.
Yeah, but she's not. But
I mean, in 24 hours,
I
it's
can't
over.
endorse. I don't think I'm going to change Nancy's mind on anything.
Right.
Y'all might hit it off.
We could play.
You know what I mean? Y'all might hit it off. Be buddies.
Yeah, but you just kind of listen. Shaking your
if
head.
you know what I mean.
You know, when people say that
sugar up, Nancy.
if you know what I mean. Huh? We could play the quiet game.
Yeah, I'm not endorsing Joe for anything.
I like that.
So I'd ride in the car. 24 hours is a long time in the car. 24 hours is a long time anywhere.
Yeah, with anybody.
Yeah.
Let's go to Daryl in Chilton County, home of Gay. Oh, he just hung up. Let's go to Shane in Decatur, Alabama.
I'm serious with that on the back of my head.
Hey, guys.
I don't know what else to do. No, we're not really, but we're good. Go ahead.
Well, happy Father's Day to everybody there.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Helmsy, let me tell you something. Don't give away your man card. Get one of those little pellet grills. Man, get you the big green egg so you can cook over fire. Like this, man, you'll be pulling hairs out of your chest and screaming whenever you slap a steak on that grill.
Oh yeah,
I like it. Yeah. I'm more of that world anyway.
I'm mad at myself.
I don't have anything against the other, but I've always wanted a green egg. I've never gotten one, and
wish I'd have known that.
I hope my wife's listening this morning.
Yeah, I really am mad at myself for years. I had both. I mean, years, 10.
Never used.
I tell you what,
the green egg we did for a while, and then we just kind of faded off, and it was then I know. A lot of people are booing me right now.
We do grill a lot at the house, and it's a shame that I'm on what I'm using. And
Is
it's been a good grill, but it's your old typical
this is how he
gas
does it.
grill.
This is
It's been
brilliant.
there. I don't know how long. It came with a house because it was connected to the gas line there, and so I finally figured out where that gas line. For many days I searched where that was leading. So if I wanted to do something else, I could cut it off and cut that gas off.
Yeah,
and finally found that. But it has been a really good grill. And last night made some steaks and chicken, and it was delicious.
Well, look at you.
But I've always wanted to jump in that green egg world.
Yeah, me too. I've just never done it.
But I'm glad I was able to pass.
Evidently,
pass it
Speedy
along.
didn't like it.
No, he didn't.
So
No,
I don't know if you heard him, but he gave it away.
He did. And by the way,
Actually,
they're
I
not
sold it.
cheap.
Well, sold it.
Essentially, just gave
Yeah,
it away.
which basically the price I gave
It was giveaway.
Yeah, it was not.
Now, somebody gave it to you, though, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
turned a little
Yeah.
profit.
Actually,
He turned a profit.
Actually, the Green Egg people gave it to me.
Oh, okay.
The green egg people.
Who the company?
You talking about the manufacturer or the company?
Yeah,
or was it a
back when we were on Turner South? We actually went and did a show at the Turner Studios in Atlanta, where all the different networks have one central building that they all are work out of, and they have a huge courtyard there that's in the middle. And they asked the show to come do the show there. Well, we did the show there, and there were like a lot of vendors and different things set up, and we really, kicked it off with or hit it off with the Green Egg people, and so. Anyway, long story short, they was like, "Hey, man, we'd love to send you one." Of course, I'm not going to turn that down.
Well, no.
So I got one, and for years I used it, and I got the everything that you got. I had all the little bells and whistles, and you start going and getting little things, and then I just noticed after years went by, we just started using it less and less, and just started going to the gas grill because we was like, "Hey, let's grill out real quick," and I was like, man, I don't have time to get the green egg ready.
You sold him.
Whenever we used the green egg, oh my gosh, it was so good.
Man.
It really was. But then I got to tell you, I was in the I got to get rid of stuff when I was moving. I mean, I was giving stuff away and selling things that I never thought I would. Almost just pulled up a dumpster and started throwing things out of the top story just to throw it out and just throw it away. Just take
it's
it off.
It's very liberating when they deliver those dumpsters to your house and you just start
start filling it up.
And so they're going to come.
Yeah. So the green egg was one of the things I'm like, it's just got to go. I'm getting it out of here.
Real quick before we go, big sports weekend. You got the College World Series starting and the U.S. Open started yesterday. Golf. Do y'all give either one of those anything? I know you'll give the College World Series, Speedy, but Greg, where are you at on this? Is that in your sports world this weekend? Do you give that anything at all?
I don't know.
That's two big events going on.
Yeah, I mean,
you give me a we'll see.
I like a little bit on either one. I'm just trying to think of my day if I have time to be sitting there watching.
Yeah.
The good news about Torrey Pines, U.S. Open, you're going to have night golf because it's they're on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Prime time, baby.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us.
It brings me to my knees.
We are excited. We are stoked, pumped, and ready to move forward with another hour. I hope you enjoyed the kickoff hour with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. That's already taking place. If you don't know about that, you can catch it on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, and it is available to you live and archived. So we move forward. Rick and Bubba University, the intern program, Barbecue Smoke Necks, already made a mess in the kitchen, but she's here, and she will be flanked by intern the winner. Across the way, there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and those a little dazed and confused these days. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Let's go.
Your two fat buddies on the radio.
Sweet, when love is like oxygen.
About it.
Get too much, you get too high. Don't get enough, you die. All right, so let's unpack where we're going today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is recorded and it is there. Bubba, didn't we have a blast just hanging out with Bill Battle yesterday?
You know, Bill Battle is a very unique individual. He has done a lot of things and a lot of different areas of life, and he's wrote a book documenting a lot of this, and you know, Rick, I like books that have slick pages, and this is one of them. Yeah. And I don't know why that makes such a difference to me, but it does.
Well, we love presentation.
Well, it is.
We love presentation.
And look, he's played football for Coach Bear Bryant.
Ain't never been nothing but a winner.
And he has coached at Tennessee against his alma mater. He has come back and been an athletic director. He was on the very forefront of this licensing for colleges.
Unbelievable, that story.
And started a company.
Wouldn't believe where that came from. It started.
Yeah, and all that was born right out of Selma, Alabama, and turned into one of the biggest licensing companies in the world. And he's just a well of knowledge. That's what I told him yesterday when we were done. I said, you know, I could just sit down for hours and talk to you and make notes, because you've done a lot of things that have really been trailblazing.
Let me tell you what some of the, you know how some of these guys, and I guess because he went to high school in the same area as my Greg, our mom and dad, so I guess he's around 80 years old. He must be 80, and he's yeah. And so anyway, just the frankness, like he goes, well, you know, and I was down there working with so and so in their company. You know, we sew windows, and because he could sell windows real good, he thought he could sell putters. Of course, he was wrong. You know what I mean? But just a little above it, are just laughing. But anyway, think about like Bubba just said, the well of information. So he plays for Bear Bryant, then he is athletic director for 4 years with Nick Saban. So he
had both of those.
He's got both of those guys, and talks about their dynamic.
And played with some other coach with some other legends too. Bud Wilkerson out at Oklahoma.
Yeah, Oklahoma.
And the other guy that was at Army, who I can't recall his name right off the top of my head, but
yeah, he had it was either under the leadership of or coached with 3 Hall of Fame coaches, and then got to be athletic director for what we all know is going to be another one. And so anyway,
I think he cleared up another Burgess family question you had, Rick.
Greg, he did. Now this was off the air. We didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about it. In Greg, he said as straight as he could say it. I heard him talking to Speedy. Yeah. Speedy, you're the witness.
Yep.
He said, "Yeah, I took old Ganell out a couple times."
Mm-hmm.
That's our mama, by the way.
Yeah, because you remember I heard that.
Yeah, but didn't that get shot down? But he said he did.
No, Mom said they were like just kids, like going to the movie.
Right.
You know,
yeah, like Greg.
She said she did think.
Greg, that's called a date.
Right.
Listen, but not like her and her friend, him and his. This is Mom explaining.
That's a date.
But she said they were like. But anyway, but she did say this. This is funny. She said, but I do think I remember one time riding on like a scooter to my house.
He said he only lived about 5 miles from where Mom and Dad live or something.
Did him
and Dad probably played against each other.
And he said he and Dad played in the high school All-Star game together.
As they were setting
and they were
up,
getting recruited same
did he mention when Elvis came through on the train too?
He
did. I hear that?
He threw that out. Remember,
Which I know you've talked about.
Mom talked about that,
years.
going there and waving at Elvis as he came through. By the way, I'm wearing my Father's Day present. Yesterday I went to see my father-in-law, and Sherry took he and I to a store and bought us both a shirt. So we got to pick out a shirt together. So I'm wearing it today. I pulled a Helmsy. Very comfortable.
Next day.
Yeah, I'm all about it. So
Next day shirt wear.
So Father's Day this weekend. So those of you that we did this yesterday, but any phone segment today, if you have any questions about what you're doing for Dad this weekend, let us know. Gridiron Men's Conference starts today. I was so glad because, even though, how we're moving out of this pandemic world, I was so glad when the Probst Arena said, look, we're just having the conference. There's no seating, there's no spacing, there's no restrictions. People make their own decisions. If you want to keep wearing a mask, you can, but we're just going to have the conference. So if you don't have tickets to that and you were worried about that, going, I don't know if I want to know like it go like it was last year with all the spacing and all that, they have removed all that. So if you don't have a ticket, there's tickets at the door until it's no mas, till they're all gone. And themanchurch.com be set up in the lobby. I'll be hanging out with our team and gripping and grinning, and I actually get to speak tonight with Herschel Walker and Ike Reichard. Tomorrow, Jonathan Evans, Gary Chapman, Phil Waldrop, of course, Charles Billingsley, as we anxiously await his shirt tonight. We'll be leading worship all weekend. So looking forward to going to Huntsville today, post-show, Probst Arena. Can't wait for that event tonight. Tomorrow will be fun. And then Father's Day, we'll all be celebrating together and try hopefully get to spend some time with your family. So there it all is. Let's jump in. Let's get it all done. We also, and I'll tell you why, we are going to interview the new president of the Southern Baptist Convention, Ed Litton, and I'll tell you why we're going to do that, because it's just another example of the way our society is behaving today with this tribalism, and you can't trust what you read in stories, and so you know what? We'll just talk to the person. There's an idea. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Much to discuss in the program today and work our way through it. So, because I know the times we're living in, it's already started that people are reading more into everything these days. I forgot to play the national anthem starting this hour. We've done that a lot, and this has happened maybe twice. Before any of you read more into that than is there, the reason why I did not play the national anthem today is because I forgot. I know how controversial things can be. I was excited.
You just pulled a good one.
Yeah, I was excited. I had "Love Is Like Oxygen" queued up. I thought that would make Bubba smile. He loves that song. I'm excited about Gridiron. I'm excited about the day. We're in here laughing, cutting up. We came in here. I was trying to grab real quick and get my bed music together, and I was fired up about "Love Is Like Oxygen." I love what I do for a living, and I was generally just fired up about getting the show started, and I just forgot.
Yeah.
So don't read anything into it. I just forgot. If you want to say, well, hey, I didn't hear the national anthem today. What do you think that is? Say, well, Rick probably just forgot.
Probably just a day happened.
Hey, by the way, it's okay for that to be one of the options. Right. not that Rick's protesting something or what. He may have just forgotten. So I did. I just forgot. So let's look. This is another thing. So one of the reasons, there's a couple things that I want to try to clear up and at least try to understand. Number one, we're going to interview the new president of the Southern Baptist Convention because we've got to stop throwing out all these outlandish statements and hyperbole when we don't know what we're talking about. And so that we're going to talk to Ed Litton, the new president, who I've known for years. And I will tell you if
is he the new woke president?
Yeah,
Rick?
I texted him. I said, when did you become woke? Let me tell you something. If Ed Litton is a woke pastor, he's not very good at it. Because one thing, he's let me speak there several times, and Sherry, and I assure you, anybody who does that will be removed from all the landscape by the woke society.
Yeah.
But anyway, so and I've had him come speak to the men at my church, and as a matter of fact, he was the one who went back in history, see if this sounds woke to you, and reminded us that society at one time, if a marriage fell apart, they would always give the children to the father because they said if there was one thing the child needed above everything was his father.
What about that? That
was from Ed Litton. Now does that sound very woke for today like now? But anyway, so we'll interview Ed himself. And here comes the next one, Juneteenth holiday. I've heard so much rattling on and stuff. Now, I will say this. I do think that we should have called it something different because I think the name Juneteenth confuses people like me. I didn't even know what that means.
Well, I don't think it's that's going to confuse people. They call it Juneteenth, the National Independence Day.
See, I don't understand the naming of it. I love what we're celebrating, and I have zero problem with a national holiday that celebrates the Emancipation Proclamation. And, like we talked about, I heard someone actually do a biblical message on this, which was really, really a great analogy, that because of the times that we lived in then, we didn't have the technology we had now. We had slaves that had been freed and didn't know it.
Yeah.
And so the person I heard doing the message, I can't remember who it was, but it was great. He said, this is the way a lot of you live your life. You don't know that Christ has set you free from the bondage of sin, and you're living in slavery when you can be made free, and you've been made free. I thought that was a great analogy. He said, so these slaves kept living like slaves because they didn't know they weren't slaves anymore. What a great analogy. But anyway, so I'm all about celebrating that. I think that is, as Dennis Prager said, throughout world history, slavery has been a scourge. Because fallen people are wicked and evil and depraved and do wicked things. He said, so if you're looking for slavery, you're going to find it in every society there's ever been since the fall of mankind. Why don't you look at societies that changed it and freed and stopped slavery, abolished slavery? Because everybody has dealt with it, but not all of them have abolished it. This was a big step for our country to move in the right direction on something that was wrong. So I have no problem on us saying, let's take time to remember when this happened, the Emancipation Proclamation, but I don't understand calling it Juneteenth and National, what is it?
It's called National Independence Day, and there were some folks in Congress who voted against it, saying...
What about freedom?
They were saying, one, we got too many federal holidays already. This will be the 12th. And the other point being that the name was confusing. They were, and several of them were fine with a holiday, but they wanted to call it Juneteenth or something other than National Independence Day, because that's very confusing with the 4th of July. But I agree with you. It's slavery is a scourge on all societies. And the fact that we're actually celebrating when the last slaves were freed in Galveston, because they didn't get to work. Right. Because of the way that information had to travel at the time. And again, don't have a problem with that. But the name, I think, is, well,
they tried
confusing.
to be sharp. Yeah, because when the Union soldiers finally got to them, it was June 19th. Right. And so they've tried to combine June and the 19th to make it Juneteenth. And so that's why it's called that. Well, I think they could have picked a better one.
Can I say this? You could even follow suit of one we already have, since I call Independence Day 4th of July more than I do Independence Day. Right. Why not just say, hey, what y'all going to do for June 19th?
Yeah.
Or the 19th of June.
Yeah, the 19th of June.
Yeah.
The Juneteenth is whoever came up with that. That's terrible.
I believe I ought to use Freedom Day or something.
Yeah. How about this? Emancipation Day.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of ways to go with it.
How about this? I love what we're celebrating. I got zero problem with another federal holiday. My gosh, if we're going to get rid of some, I'd get rid of some others, not this one.
Right.
I have no problem with the creation of it. I love what we're acknowledging, and I love this part of our history that we're correcting a wrong. But the naming of it, I wish y'all had run that by us. I think we could have made it better than that. But what I don't like is, and this is the same thing we're going to talk to Ed Litton about later, is this tribalism. Is like now, it's like somebody says, you either have to hate Juneteenth, or you have to think it's the greatest thing ever. And you got to go decide what camp you're in. Yeah, I wish it was a different name. So you hate it? No, I don't hate it. I'm a little confused by that. Confused by it because you're a racist. No, I'm just confused by it. I don't know the name. And over here, then you see the politicians acting like they care about it more than they do. So there's no sincerity about that. If you corner one, go, now what are we celebrating? I'll tell you one thing. I stand up for people of color. Yeah. So what are we celebrating? What does this mean? And go ahead while I got you. Tell me about critical race theory. I'm for people of color, and those that oppose me are racist. Yeah, you're gonna have to get a little deeper than that. Can you know what all these things mean? Are you educated in all this? Ed Litton's woke. Do you know this? They're embracing critical race theory. No, they're not. Who told you that? That's just what they said. So I mean, this society we're living in. Can we just all stop for a minute, take a breath, and just take a moment to think something through and to dive in and research and learn, okay, and quit living this. And you know what we need to stop? Somebody said. Somebody said. I mean, you heard the guy call up the show today. Hey, what do you think about Southern Baptists embracing critical race theory? What? I mean, and then we got people firing off articles left and right. Now, it was funny that CNN thought they had something, but then they actually did something that I will give them credit with. They actually interviewed Ed Litton. And, of course, then when he didn't say what they wanted him to, did they cancel that midstream or cut him off or whatever? So, is Ed Litton for race reconciliation? He is, from the Bible, from a biblical worldview, not from critical race theory, but from a biblical worldview. Yes, and if you're not from race reconciliation, then you're living in quit holding on so tight. Every time somebody says that doesn't mean that you should be against it. Maybe that's a problem you got. And what we had two fringe groups on each side, and they picked who they wanted. So then when everybody started identifying the two people that were up with these two fringe groups, and neither one of them represented either fringe group. What was said about Mike Stone's not right, and what was said about Ed Litton's not right. See, we let the fringe people, just because you're loud and squeaky and mean, then everybody thinks that you represent the whole bunch, when that's rarely true.
No, I know.
Rarely true.
And social media is a great amplifier of the few.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But I have zero problem with this being a federal holiday. I do wish it had been named better. I think that could have been done better. But I don't really understand why anyone would act like this is some big deal that we acknowledge this moment in our history, what happened in Galveston, and then, of course, the whole looking back on the emancipation. The problem that I think the Democrats have with this holiday and why they're not being so straightforward about it is that a Republican freed slaves that were held by Democrats. Yeah. It was the Republicans that did this, but maybe that's why they don't want to. Let's don't be too clear about it. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. We'll take your phone calls when we come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was on the road yesterday visiting with in-laws, and you look up, and everywhere, just about everything you go by, I saw one business put up on a banner just says jobs, jobs, jobs. We got jobs. Anybody want to work? We got jobs. Well, LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you cut through all this. Let's face it, the competition for professionals right now has never been more intense. So if you want to, not waste your time interviewing people that don't really meet the criteria to be an asset to your company, why don't you use LinkedIn.com/Bubba? They trim the fat. You give them some screening questions and give them some information what you're looking for. They'll weed out to those that really would have never been considered. And then when you get down to your interviews, you're interviewing people that already have been filtered by LinkedIn.com. They already have the tools and they've got the motivation, they've got the skills, they've got the experience that you've already told LinkedIn that you're looking for. So if you would like to post your job for free because you support this program, go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You see, it even affected Bubba just then. He couldn't believe I said free. I thought that might have been Speedy's reaction. Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com there under the sponsors button. All right, to Shelley out of the great city of Sylacauga. Bubba, we call it the COG.
The COG.
The COG. Shelley, go ahez. How you doing?
Well, it's Kelly. I'm great. How are you guys?
That's how you spell Kelly? You spell Kelly Chelly?
It's okay, believe me.
Okay.
Listen, thanks for taking my call. I wanted to share with you guys something incredible that happened last night at the Alabama Theater. I took my 88-year-old mother to a performance of Celtic Thunder, which was about Irish dancing. Well, what was so unexpected was that in the second half of the performance, they took a break from dancing, and 3 singers came out, and they sang This Land Is Your Land, America the Beautiful, and every verse of My Country 'Tis of Thee. And when they started singing that, it was unbelievable. Every person in the Alabama Theater stood up. It was so unexpected and beautiful and moving. And in the midst of all of this critical race thinking and theory discussion, it just really was like balm to my soul to, hear the words of that beautiful song. How long has it been since you've heard every verse of My Country 'Tis of Thee? So I just encourage you and your audience, go back and look at those words. That's what we're about.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And it's funny, too, because, that also is a little shot over the bow toward the King, because that was actually to the tune of their anthem.
Yeah.
Every time you hear somebody from Great Britain, at the Olympics, whatever, you're like, hey, that's My Country 'Tis of Thee. Yeah. And you're like, no, really, we just changed the lyrics because we.
Yeah, Yankee Doodle had some kind of play on it like that too. I mean, there was a lot of little jousting back and forth.
Jeremiah, what in the world are you doing up, listening to the show live at this time? I mean, where
in
you
beautiful L.A.,
where you get the show in Los Angeles? My goodness, what are you doing up?
I don't know. I just love listening to the show. Hey, just think about it as y'all being so good that y'all listen to me to wake up this early in the morning.
Yeah, all right. So your phone's a little bad, Jeremiah. Can you adjust it a little bit? It sounds like, I don't know if your mouth's not. Sometimes your phone gets in a weird angle and you can't hear it good.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me now?
It's not great, Jeremiah. I hate to say that.
It's a long way from California.
I know it's a long way. It's not. But anyway, so what I would say is to nutshell it, because we don't have the best of quality.
Okay. So I was just going to talk about Juneteenth.
Yeah. Is there anything we said about that was incorrect?
Yes. So for Juneteenth, first of all, it wasn't, the members of Congress that gave it that name. It's something that's been celebrated in the black community always. Like, we've always celebrated black.
Yeah, Greg said it was mainly celebrated in Texas because that's where this took place, in Galveston. So
it's something that we've always celebrated, in the black community. Because
I've heard of it.
We call it Black Independence Day because it is Black Independence Day.
Well, that's true.
Because that's when we were finally, independent from slavery. And so, like, people are complaining about the name and, every sort of thing, but it's like, I mean, I don't see why people would have a problem with celebrating a day where people were no longer slaves.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, would I rather it be called the 19th of June? I would, because I think it's it's got a little more pop to it. Juneteenth is a little confusing. I would have picked a different name, but as far as what we are celebrating, absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
And so it's just weird that people like Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, for instance, are going crazy on Twitter about it, saying a lot of really wild stuff when I don't see the issue.
I don't. Maybe I'm missing something. What are they saying they have a problem with?
Candace Owens said this is bringing back segregation time for some reason, and then she said it was super lame, and then Charlie Kirk chimed in, and you would just have to pull up the tweets. But yeah, I just wanted to comment on that and tell y'all,
Greg told me
been called Juneteenth.
Yeah, Greg said he'd heard of it for years. I honestly, I'd never heard it, or maybe I heard the word Juneteenth, and it was so confusing to me that I just didn't pay attention to it. So, but as far as us knowing and acknowledging, when this took place in our country, and you heard us talk about that, is this is something that America was correcting a wrong. And that is worthy. If we want to talk about our country and our country is great, well, one of the great things that we did is to recognize that something we were doing could not stand and it needed to be corrected. So I appreciate you telling us that. It's always good to hear from you, man. I appreciate it very much.
Absolutely.
See you.
Here is Charlie Kirk's tweet that he's referencing, and Charlie really does need to give a little more explanation here. America only has one Independence Day, and it's on July 4th, 1776. If you're a conservative who is okay with the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, you're not paying attention to what the left is truly trying to accomplish. So that's what got everybody stirred up. And I don't know about.
Well, I mean, but you can't ignore the fact that if you are a slave,
right,
you're not independent. You're not free.
Right, exactly.
So there was a day that a group of people in America.
I disagree with Charlie on this.
Became free.
Yeah.
And see, this is where sometimes it's like, I think sometimes some of the people on the right begin to act just like the people on the left.
Yeah.
They have to be against something because the left is for it. And I think you got to be, if that's the way it is now, it's just become a rivalry in sports.
Candace Owens said Juneteenth is so lame. Democrats really need to stop trying to repackage segregation. I'm celebrating July 4th and July 4th only. I'm an American.
Well, there's nothing. I mean,
I don't know.
I mean, that's fine.
Right.
I mean, it's. That's the good thing about being American is you can say, well, even if they do it, I don't have to celebrate it. Well,
right.
then don't.
Right.
That's fine.
Or you hate and voice your opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's not get to the point.
Yeah.
How about
until
this?
you're pulled off Twitter?
Yeah. Now this is going to get you pulled right off Twitter.
Right.
But people have a right to their own opinion, and to me, it's. I have this. I know it's a bizarre concept.
I think what they're trying.
I'm actually thinking for myself and the way I see the world on each individual topic, and I don't feel any loyalty to a denomination in my faith. I don't feel any loyalty to a political party that everything I have to say must line up. And it's back to this tribalism again. I just don't participate in that. I like lower taxes, smaller government. I love a strong military. I love maximum liberty so I can achieve ultimate potential that in my God-given abilities. I want to be able to express myself. I want to be able to worship. And, wherever that falls, if all of a sudden, that changed and it was called something else, and that I'd say, well, I guess I'm mostly like that. I just it feels like a football robbery. My team does everything right. Your team does everything wrong. If your team does it, then I'm against it. If my team does it, I'm for it.
If you look at other things that Candace Owens has written too, I think the point she's trying to make is that if we have a holiday that is just for a race of people, no matter how good or bad, we're still dividing people by race. And there is that thought out there that we need to get away from constantly dividing everybody by color and just promote Americanism. I understand what she's saying. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand what she's trying to say.
Yeah. And again, I think that's where we have to. The problem is we're not allowed to continue a narrative for any length of time more than a tweet or a soundbite. Because if you say, well, let me tell you, because I agree with we do need to be America, but I kind of where I disagree with Candace Owens is I think this is America, and I don't think it should be a black thing. I think it should be an American thing. Now that part I agree with. To me, this is not a black celebration. It should be an American celebration because we corrected a wrong. And
they lump it into the critical race theory.
I got you, yeah.
And the whole playbook of the socialist is to divide everybody by a group.
No
and
doubt.
create tribalism. That's how they get control.
Yeah. So if we hate tribalism, though, then let's not participate in it. Let's explain ourselves and say, yeah, I see what y'all are trying to do with it, but here's how I see it. More phone calls coming back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, so, Bubba, I know you can't do this, so I'll handle this. I never knew this actor's name. I did not know this actor's name was Frank Bonner. But actor Frank Bonner is dead at the age of 79. Who is Frank Bonner? I was talking to my kids the other day about this TV show, and I hate that they didn't know it because Brooks, one of his best buddies, is doing an internship in Cincinnati. And so every time he mentions Cincinnati, what do? I'm living off the air in Cincinnati, Cincinnati, WKRP. So Frank Bonner played Herb Tarlick, the salesperson at WKRP in Cincinnati.
The Herb Tarlick.
Guys, Bubba and I have said this. First of all, something Bubba and I have said for years. Every single sitcom and movie based off radio has always been successful.
And clearly, someone who worked in radio was helping them write the scripts.
Somebody, just like Babylon Bee when it first started, that was somebody who'd worked in vocational ministry, okay? And now they've expanded out to political commentary as well. Whoever put together WKRP in Cincinnati actually worked in radio, because every character that you saw on WKRP exists in radio, and Bubba and I have met every single one of them, including Herb Tarlick.
The actor turned to directing. He actually directed a few episodes of WKRP. He later reprised the role in the early 90s, a spinoff called The New WKRP in Cincinnati. I never saw that.
I never saw that either. Must not have been much of a hit.
Hung in there.
He wore both hats again when he was in Saved by the Bell, the new class, playing recurring character Mr. Harrington. He went on to direct several of the decade's biggest sitcoms, including Who's the Boss, Head of the Class, and Newhart, starring comedy legend Bob Newhart. I didn't know he did that.
Didn't know. So really, he was behind the camera guy more than he was in front of the camera.
Right. It looks like it.
Yeah. So, but Buddy, that character, y'all just don't know. I mean, if you've ever, and it's a wonderful world of different, and it's not, and I hate it for the guys that are relatively new to radio, because y'all don't understand. There was a day when all these jobs existed at a radio station. Now they don't anymore. But there was a time.
Well, you can't tell it out there.
Listen, the cast of characters. But y'all dealt with salespeople enough to understand the Herb Tarlick that was pretty spot on. Because there's always the latest and greatest idea for a client. If we could just get you to do this, and we got this great campaign, and we got this new advertiser,
and Herb just always missed the big deals. He was a bottom feeder for sure.
I mean, when you look at all those different characters. I mean, the betrayal of the GM.
Yep.
We've all worked for, what was his name, Mr. Carson, Mr. What was the general manager's name?
Rick, why'd you
Is
say
it
that?
Carson?
You're close. Carlton.
Wasn't
it Mr. Carlton?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And you had the over the top news guy.
Oh yeah.
We've all known those guys.
We have worked with him. Les Nessman.
Sure.
I've met Les Nessman. I've met Herb Tarlick. I've met program director Andy.
Yeah.
I've met general manager Mr. Carlton. I have worked with nighttime DJs like Venus Flytrap.
Yep.
I've met Johnny Fever. At one time, I was Johnny Fever.
Yeah.
Johnny Fever. So, golly,
the over the top receptionist.
Yes,
I've had those.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, we have. and then I never knew what this Bailey character. What does she represent? Is she like a sales assistant, or was she promotions?
Maybe so. Helped Andy somehow.
She was in charge of billing and the station's traffic.
Oh, okay.
Traffic.
Oh yeah.
Traffic.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Remember the traffic people? That was a whole different world.
Yeah.
And so all these different characters exist in radio, and whoever wrote this worked in radio, 100%.
For sure.
Yeah. So it's. To see Herb Tarlick go, I mean, his poster is in the sales office of every great radio station.
Who was your favorite? Who was your favorite character on there? If you had one,
probably Johnny Fever. He slayed me. Yeah. He was he had some of the greatest lines.
Well, now just far as funny to me, the news guy was funny.
Well,
the way he'd try to cover
it was
stuff.
Johnny Fever's interaction with Les Nessman.
Right.
That's slating.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you've got the hip DJ having to deal with the over-the-top news guy.
Yeah.
That
stiff collar news guy.
His play-by-play of those turkeys.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
yeah, we might ought to hear that. you remember how he had his tape around his office because he didn't have a cubicle, but it was like where the wall was.
Yeah, right.
And I bring this up every time, but it was just funny, is when they were doing the show how alcohol affects people on air, they were drinking, then measure it, they had to do tests, and the more Johnny drank, the better his test was. He actually got better.
They said they'd never seen that before.
It's like a state trooper doing it.
Everybody else about to pass out, and he's over.
That's great.
And that was one of the first places that he'd ever used that. I'd ever heard him use that term, badges. We don't need no stinking badges.
Yeah.
And so it's that was a great show. So it's sad to see Herb Tarlett go, but he'll live forever on.
Oh,
reruns.
he will.
Where can you get KRP reruns?
Oh, I'm sure.
It's got to be somewhere.
Got to be.
I don't know.
And then you had News Radio, which was good.
News Radio.
And News Radio brought in.
The
engineer never was really present on WKRP, so I was a little offended by that at the time.
Yeah.
But News Radio did, which was Joe Rogan, by the way.
Yeah.
And was not a main role in that.
He's moved on.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, he's done all right.
Frasier
and,
was
Frasier was out of the park, and they're about to relaunch it again.
Yeah.
I've never seen WKRP.
Oh my gosh!
And I've never seen. What did you just mention?
Sad.
Newsday,
News Radio.
News Radio.
News
I've
Radio.
never.
I don't think I ever saw him.
Hams.
I'm going to have to watch both of these.
I wish you hadn't said that.
Well,
on
I'm
there.
going
I wish
to
you'd
be
told me
honest
in the
about it,
break.
Bubba. I'm not going to lie.
I mean,
I've never seen that, and I've never seen WKRP.
Look at Joe Rogan.
Where can I find those today? I will
wonder
watch
if-
them this week.
I'm
I'll
sure, I
start
know
them
you
this
can find them
weekend.
on YouTube, but I wonder if Netflix has them. I don't know though.
KRP is probably. Look on Netflix. See if you can find it on Netflix.
Yeah, okay, let me ask you this: if
Now,
I can
News
only,
Radio, man,
if
I
I
don't
can
know.
only watch one this
News Radio
weekend,
was
which
on
one
with
do I watch?
That'd be KRP.
Betty and I have watched it in the not too distant past.
News Radio?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
it
we
on
went back
Netflix?
and saw all of it.
Is it on Netflix?
It was on one of those streaming services, Hulu, Netflix, somebody.
Yeah. You have to check them all and find it. But if
And
you,
Frasier, you've watched.
I've watched Frasier before.
I've seen every episode of Frasier.
to me, and I know this may not go over in here, I thought Frasier was hilarious. But as far as portraying radio as it really is, I think it's the least of the three. News Radio on WKRP, it's like really being in radio.
Well, some of it was pretty funny with his producer Roz, which was we had her on show one time.
Yeah,
Perry Gilpin.
Yeah, it says 2 streaming services have WKRP in Cincinnati: Netflix and Amazon Prime.
You're in.
I am in.
Start when Andy comes in as the new program director.
Oh man.
We'll be back. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big. The Rick and Bubba Show rolls on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
where 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix and ready to go for a brand new hour. Barbecue Smoke Neck and the winner, Rick and Bubba interns earning their degree from Rick and Bubba University. That degree, of course, in common sense, which has now become a superpower. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, so this, you were telling me in the break, sadly, it looks like it's led to death, but that there is a daredevil that was trying to practice for a stunt. I'm not familiar with this
Alex
daredevil.
Harville.
Alex Harville. I've never heard of it. Alex Harville. Anybody heard of him?
Yeah, he was setting up for a world record jump that would be 351 feet on a motorcycle. This carries us back to our childhood of Evel Knievel and all this stuff.
You remember he?
It was every week. It seemed like on
Wide World,
ABC Wide World of Sports.
Oh gosh,
that
sure.
I love that show, but I hated the fact that they would jump around to things.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to see one thing, and they kept jumping, and it would be the ABC Wild World Sports, and they'd play that intro, the victory and agony of defeat and all that junk.
The thrill of victory.
But then they would run down.
And the agony.
Wasn't it Jim McKay? Wasn't he one of the hosts?
Yeah, we love Jim
And he
McKay.
would tell you the
Kurt Gowdy?
Yeah, and he would give you the rundown. We're going to the Rose Bowl to see Southern Cal play Notre Dame. Also, the Globetrotters. They're on an aircraft carrier somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah.
We've got Evel Knievel will be in London trying to jump over 45 buses. And they give this whole list of things.
World of sports.
And it was everything under the sun, and you'd get just a little bit of all of it.
I know.
But not any of the whole thing of any of it.
The thrill of victory, bum, bum, bum,
and the agony of defeat. Dun, 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 dun.
That guy spinning on that jump.
All right, so Alex Harville, I guess because this is why I don't know who boxers are and I don't know who daredevils are anymore.
I've never heard of this
World
person. I have no
Now,
idea.
Rick, I think this footage is way off because you could not get up, but you're going to see him hit the side of this pile of dirt.
Oh no! All right, so there he is, and this is practice, and he's trying 300. Ooh,
a little short.
Man.
Oh man, that
Just
is
a little short.
Yeah, didn't quite make it.
And
Dadgummit. Wow, there it is.
so just the
Wow,
force of that just
that footage, Adler, is much better than the one I saw this morning. Well, you didn't see the ending of it, but you see his ramp is dirt, and he doesn't quite get to the top of it.
No, he doesn't. And buddy, the force of that motorcycle hitting that dirt, because you know what that is?
He's
You're
got to be going 120.
Hey, you're going fast, and guess what? I'm a giant pile of dirt, and I take you to zero.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then
I
well, the
wonder
force,
crashes up
the
forward.
force of that on your
why
body.
The ramp had to be
Dale
that
Earnhardt.
high anyway. The landing ramp. Why did it have to be that high?
I don't
You think
know.
that's the one thing you wouldn't want to happen is hit the ramp?
Do you think that's part of what was going to make it so he thought he was going to add a little something there at the end?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they had their geometry figured on this.
Sure
but,
they did.
Well, no, obviously they didn't.
But
have their
I'm
geometry figured on this.
going to slightly
Maybe they thought they had
I'm
it
gonna
figured on
slightly
this.
correct
Was it
that
his
statement.
approach? Did he mess up?
Did he not get up to speed?
Yeah.
How
Did
was
he
the
not
wind?
Getting the air
Yeah.
good? I don't know what happened, but we're used. I mean, he obviously killed himself doing this, but Evel Knievel would somehow survive every time.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, he'd be broke up.
Oh, my gosh.
And they
broke
carry
every bone in his body.
Yeah, well, he'd tell you that. And, they'd carry him out there, and he'd say, I'm never jumping again. Of course, he'd be right back on that
Of course
motorcycle
he would.
again about a month later.
Yeah.
The worst was that slow motion one before he had the sharp uniform when he had like
the
Chicago
blue,
Bears helmet on.
When he had the blue one.
Yeah, and they got him slow motion. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
you could just see his legs just
His
break.
whole body breaking up.
Oh my God.
Why would we show that?
Slow motion.
Oh, it's slow mo. Was that the
Caesar's Palace.
Caesar's Palace over the fountains? Yeah, and then didn't Robbie, his son, go back and do that jump successfully?
He did.
But
The problem was it was nowhere to land.
Can I ask you this question though?
wasn't that
Why do you? Oh my gosh, there
There it is. Oh,
look at him
my
leg.
God.
it's like a rag doll.
It's not even real. It looks like a dummy.
Yeah.
It looks like somebody has thrown a dummy.
He had some horrific crashes.
Why do you think it is that Evel Knievel was able to market himself to the point of action figures and toys?
Oh yeah.
But no other daredevil has ever been able to pull that off.
I know. Nobody. He was the most popular, if you want to call him athlete or whatever, in the country.
Yeah. Boy, your body's
well,
really coming apart.
you know,
right
too,
there.
we didn't have near the sports coverage
True.
that we have now. you would think there would be more daredevils that are covered.
Yeah, now
not
you can see 'em
less.
all.
Yeah.
But he got more coverage with less outlets.
The last one that.
And why did he call himself Evil anyway? Did y'all ever know that
if I
came up
could
with that name?
if I could have reworked
whole
that,
thing on
if
it.
I could
I
rework that, you know,
I never thought about it as like evil. Hey, I'm bad.
Me
I
either.
mean, it's just the name Evil Knievel was one word to me as a kid. you know?
Right.
Oh, right here.
Oh, he's thinking, oh, this is bad.
Oh, no.
The only modern day one, and he wasn't near the fame, is Travis Pastrana. He's kind of modern because he would do stuff. And
But
we'd
why
see him.
didn't he become? It's probably. Does it go back to this, Bubba? Like when you and I were coming up in radio.
We just got so many things.
Back to radio again. Coming up in radio, they were there weren't as many radio stations, so radio stations would in their own community would have a 40 share.
Right.
Well, do you think when there was only 3 TV channels that if Evel Knievel got on one, my gosh, I mean, there were so many people. Now these daredevils got what 500 different channels they might be getting covered on.
Well, think about this. We talked about is it Mayweather?
500 out there,
What's the boxer Mayweather?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, on paper, the most successful boxer ever. I don't think I've ever seen him fight unless I was at somebody's house that bought the pay-per-view.
Yeah, I've never seen him fight.
Well, Muhammad Ali, you saw him fight on Wild World Sports all the time and on the networks.
Are you saying Wild World?
Wide World.
Wide World, yeah,
Sports.
okay, yeah.
Wide World. That's Wide World. That's smart.
Because you know what?
Chewed it up.
Because if you think about it, Wild World wouldn't be too bad. Yeah.
But when Evil went to the all white outfit,
he was serious. And the cape,
he had an Elvis look to it.
The cane.
You know?
Yeah, the cape.
Yeah, I mean that was his heyday right there.
Cane
and they would always show that terrible wreck at Caesar's Palace, so you never really thought that this was gonna.
When he died,
go
when he died, this
he's in
presentation.
France right there. I saw the
Guys,
Eiffel
don't
Tower
forget the
behind
movie
him.
when George Harrison played him. You remember that?
By the way, I forgot about that.
No, I
I
didn't.
forgot all about that. I forgot about that. I bet that's a good movie.
How about in
you
London?
do need to watch a documentary on it, though. It's
I
fantastic.
have seen it.
It's
Adler, do you
fantastic.
have the footage of Evel Knievel in London jumping the buses?
And that was another thing you said. That's the last. Never again.
That was a wreck right at the end. They just caught that last
never
bus.
Again. Hey, never again.
And they'd put, he'd be two people would have him, holding him up.
Yeah.
And he'd always want to go out there and
He'd
see
beg
where he
for the
wrecked.
mic, and he'd beg for the
That's
mic.
it, guys. Y'all
That's
never
it.
see me again.
You saw history today, the last time Evel Knievel will ever jump.
You know what Evel Knievel had? You remember you've seen the footage of when James Brown, they would say that he's done, and then he would rise back up and come back.
They put the cape on
Evil
him.
did his own version of that. I mean, he would take me over here. I want to see where I wreck, and now take me to the mic. And the crowd's going nuts. No, and they're gonna put it in the ambulance. He's like, no, I got to talk on the mic.
Remember the time, and we were all fired up waiting on it to happen. He was going to jump the Sharks.
Yes.
And he crashed during practice and hurt himself really bad. And so basically that night, instead of him jumping it, they showed him when he crashed during practice.
No, wait, was that Evel Knievel or Fonzie?
Well, you're right. Fonzie did a version of that.
He did, but Evil, it was like a big pool indoors in a stadium, and he jumped it.
Right.
Oh,
But
here's
he crashed
London.
during practice.
London right
Here's
here.
London.
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
man.
Evil.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh! Why do you keep
That's
doing
when I had to
this?
help him up.
Yeah. Why do
He
you,
even had to have the ramp to roll down to get up to speed.
why do you continue to do this?
Oh, he was so close too.
Do we
Good
count that
night.
as successful?
He's on the other side,
He is,
and he
he
walked
is.
away.
Because he does.
Now he might not be in one piece.
Does he clip the front of the ramp or the last bus?
No, the last bus he bounces off of. I
God.
think.
Nah, he was short.
Yeah,
he was a
just
little
barely
short.
And, all right, so back
Seemed
to
like they would have the math on that. If you're at a certain speed, you're going to fly this
Yeah, but
far.
you got to get to the certain
gotta get
speed.
that
What if he didn't?
Well,
get
if
there?
you don't get to a certain
It's
speed,
a-
I lock the brakes down
And
on
it's
that
probably
ramp.
the angle of the bike and the road. There's a lot
the
to it.
rotation.
There's a lot in play,
He's got to
guys.
fly. He's got to fly right at the right angle.
But back to Alex Harville, who passed away at 28,
Which is where this started.
Yeah, so he set the world record in 2013 for jumping 300 feet.
See,
And so he's
I
trying now to
didn't know
jump
who he
a
was.
football field, which is 351, which we talked about. I wish I was his
long
handler,
way to fly.
where I could just say, we need better coverage of this or whatever, because if I'm jumping a football field, he's just out there before an air show. Just, I'm gonna jump.
Let me ask you
seems
one
like
It's
other
too
thing.
big a deal for that.
Yeah,
Didn't
don't you
Robbie-
agree?
Didn't Robbie Knievel jump Snake River Canyon?
Like a corner of it.
Okay.
He didn't do where.
He didn't do his dad's
No,
rocket.
you got to have a sky cycle for
Guys,
that.
watch this again right here.
Y'all, that needs
Watch
network
this right
coverage.
here, right here. Oh, did you see the body going end over end?
Rick,
Yeah, he ended
it looks like the landing ramp's too high.
It
I mean,
does.
don't you want to miss low?
He messed up.
Because you don't go back to the ground.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. We'll get to some more of your phone calls at the bottom of the hour. We got Your America here. The Supreme Court, you said at the end of the show yesterday, we'll have more of these rulings today. There's one that's a really big deal, but let's run them down.
Well, the Supreme Court ruled against a group of individuals, Texas and several other red states, as they sued to try to end what is commonly known as Obamacare. Congress in 2017 eliminated the penalty for not complying with the law's individual mandate to carry the insurance. Now, you may remember when this was sold, Obama did not, he wouldn't call it a tax. It was a penalty for not participating. Well, it got to the Supreme Court, and you may remember Chief Justice, what's his name, Roberts, said, he kept asking, he said, don't you mean this is a tax? And it was an election year, and they were like, no, it's not a tax. Well, he basically said, look, if you call it a tax, we can't mess with it because only Congress has the taxing authority. So they quickly said, oh, yeah, it's a tax. It's a tax on people who don't participate. So they let it stand. And then as Congress went to the Republican side, they stripped the individual mandate. They couldn't do away with it, but they zeroed it out. So there was zero penalty for doing it. Well, several states and people thought that without that mandate in there, that now it would not be protected. But the Supreme Court ruled 7-2. They didn't rule for Obamacare. They ruled that the people filing the lawsuit lacked standing to bring it. They were not damaged by it. So you're back to square one. So Obamacare has made it through 3 challenges at the Supreme Court. But this one, I don't know if you'd call it a challenge as much as they ruled there was no standing, so they never heard the issues of the case.
And if I'm oversimplifying, let me know, but it sounds like based on everything that we've known, and you've laid out how this all happened, once it got tax standing, and it sounds like the Supreme Court has said it again, Congress has to change this. We can't change this.
Yeah, and Chief Justice Roberts has said as much in one of the rulings, I think it was the second time that it was challenged. He said, this is a congressional issue, not a court issue. If
you're in the wrong branch.
If the people want it changed, they should elect people to Congress who change it, not litigate it.
You're in the wrong branch of government.
Right. Now, that approach didn't apply to other things in our past, but now apparently it does.
Understood.
Rick, in the other case, a Catholic adoption agency in Philadelphia was being sued because they would not sign up for adoptions gay couples. And they said that was discrimination. Well, the court ruled 9-0 in favor of the adoption agency, saying that the First Amendment protected them because of their religious freedom to implement this how they saw fit.
Thank you. 9-0.
Yeah.
Because you can't make, and I don't
unanimous ruling.
In this country, as it stands under this Constitution, you cannot make a church go against their religious convictions. You don't have any authority over them. And if they have a adoption agency that is adopting children from their worldview and they want to deny gay parents, they have the right to do that.
So if we have our tribalism scoreboard up, we have one win for the conservatives, one win for the liberals in this. Now, what's funny, when you start reading the stories written about it, they will say that, and they really focus on this last addition to the court, Amy Coney Barrett, who is Catholic and who was put on there in the left of the country said it was the end of law and order as we knew it. They were going to pack the court. They were going to put 15 people in there. They're going to do what they have to water down the conservative view, even though that attempt was not made when it was a liberal court. But if you read the stories about this, in the Obamacare case, they're like justice served. This was justice served. This is the way it should have been.
Right.
And then in the ruling against the gay parents adopting kids, well, here it is. Amy Coney Barrett, she's showing her true colors here, the Catholic. She didn't recuse herself. Well, guess what? No one recuses himself at the Supreme Court. No one ever does that.
Are they ignoring the ruling being 9-0?
Yeah, well, that's
doesn't that kind of kill that whole narrative?
Well, it's all about if Trump hadn't packed the court with the conservatives wouldn't have this. But wait a minute, you won the Obamacare, but that was justice served.
Right. You can't do that. That's just home team. Plus, by the way, if she had recused herself, then the ruling would have gone 8-0.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we talking about? So anyway, I think that's good.
I'm really shocked that some of the liberals actually voted to uphold the law in this. They usually don't. But
well, and the other thing that is, is clear as a nose.
Throw my 2 cents in.
Yeah, as clear as the nose on your face, and in some people's case, that's even a more profound statement. But what they're saying is, if you are, same-sex married and parents, and you want to adopt a child, there's other agencies that allow you to do that. But when you go to these, and we had the same thing in our state. This was attempted in Alabama, and Alabama also said you can't make Christian-based adoption agencies go against the very faith they represent. And they were protected.
Only bakers.
Yeah, you can only do that to bakers. By the way, on that, did you see the one that Babylon Bee did on that one?
Rick, I'm worried you're spending too much time on Babylon Bee.
You know why, Bubba? I go there for therapy. I go there for therapy. And this is the one where they say that a federal judge has ruled that a Jewish baker must make death to Israel cake for Arab customers.
Right.
So, and you see how ridiculous that is. You know what you do when people have religious convictions. If you don't like them, then you go and do business, or you try adoption in places where that's not in play. And so,
reading some of these opinions on these are always interesting to see what the justices are thinking. On the Obamacare case, Judge Thomas said in concurrence he continues to believe that the Affordable Care Act is unconstitutional, but the individual plaintiffs alleged only harm caused by the bare existence of an unlawful statute that does not impose any obligation or consequences. That is not enough. So even Judge Thomas, who I have a lot of respect for, hardline conservative, love his rulings, is saying, look, I still don't like this ruling. I think it's unconstitutional, but you're going to have to bring a better argument than what we got here because this doesn't meet it. So I appreciate him going by the law.
Well, there's a concept.
Even though I don't like it. Now, Alito and Gorsuch voted against it.
Right.
Which is funny because Alito, and I think I read this yesterday, they had a joint statement that said that the majority had once yet again pulled off an improbable rescue of the Affordable Health Care law.
Phone calls are next. You're up next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Still to come next hour, we talk to the new president of the Southern Baptist Convention, Ed Litton.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Come on. Well, you got all kinds of opportunity today. Now, we are filling the lines up right now, so if you want to get in, you need to make a move. At 866 We Be Big, you can talk about whatever you want to as we roll into a phone troll. First, though, I want to point you to goodrx.com/Bubba. Goodrx.com/Bubba. Let's face it, prescriptions can go through the roof. If you don't have some sort of help, they can be expensive. And here's what goodrx.com/Bubba does for you. They help you find the lowest price on the prescription every time. Not a different, you can get the one that you like, and they can find that at a better price for you. And they help you compare prices quickly. In that, we're talking about savings as high as 80%. It's free and it's easy to use, and many times using goodrx.com/Bubba will be cheaper than using your insurance copay or even Medicare. So go to goodrx.com/Bubba. You find the discounts for your prescription at over 70,000 pharmacies. The big names are represented, CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Kroger, and more. It is the #1 most downloaded medical app out there. Millions of Americans are using it, and you can too. So go to goodrx.com/Bubba. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We will begin with Jerry in Deatsville. Trolling.
Keep on phone trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jerry, go ahead. Welcome.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Bubba, check your understanding of the Catholic case. The ruling 9-0, that is correct, but the rest is not.
Well, clue me in. Clear it up for us, Jerry.
I can't. I don't have the time on the phone. I apologize, but just check the ruling.
Check it. It says we have the story right here in front of us from Washington. It says that that Philadelphia went too far imposing its anti-discrimination law on Roman Catholic charity, Catholic Social Services, that refused to consider same-sex parents eligible to adopt foster children. And they said that Philadelphia could not take their, discrimination laws there in the city and apply it to them. And so it says...
Stand corrected.
Yeah. Well, it does. I see what he's talking about. It says here, he said, we're relieved that the court did not recognize a license to discriminate based on religious beliefs. This is the ACLU. This is good news for the LGBTQ people and for everyone who depends on the protection of non-discrimination laws. So how's that? He's saying that there's
those two statements you just read to me seem like they conflict with each other.
I know. Well, that's what he's talking about. He says there's more going on here than the headline, and it says since the Supreme Court struck down laws against gay marriage in 2015, lawsuits have sprung up around the nation, brought by the bakers and the florists and all this kind of stuff, saying that I can't be forced to do something. I guess are they saying that in the back it is complicated here, but we did give you the simplest part of it, but undoubtedly there's a loophole that I think says that this would not be carte blanche.
It's just going to be just pertaining to this
right.
case.
It doesn't mean that every single religious organization has now been exempt from facing trouble on this issue, because I know our state had to pass our own deal against it. Maybe that's what he's talking about. We continue. Let's go to Jesse in Georgia. Jesse, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, go.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
So we're sitting in a restaurant last weekend watching the College World Series, and, when someone gets hurt in baseball, football, they usually don't show the replay too much.
Yeah.
Well, I turn around, there's a soccer game on, they're doing CPR on the guy and shocking him with an AED.
Wow.
And they just keep showing it.
Mm-hmm. So you did
the guy for about 10 minutes they were doing this, and then he survived.
He did survive?
Yeah,
or did
he
not?
did.
Yeah, that's the guy.
His heart completely stopped when they got out there.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I haven't seen that. Let's go to Laurie out of Jackson. Laurie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Listen to it every day, every minute of every day.
Thank you.
real quick, I want to tell you, Bubba, for your raccoon problem, I have a cat, and he has an electronic collar. It's a door that opens through the collar. It's called High Tech Pet, and it's a company in California.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. The problem we've had problem with our cats when they wear any kind of collar getting stuck in things and hung up in things. So we just quit collaring them, and so that doesn't allow that to work good. I will say this: me and my buddy Mike built a box for the feeder to be in and bolted it to the wall. And the last 2 nights, the raccoon has worked tirelessly, but he has got nothing. So, right. And I'm going to put me a shock wire on top of it and heat him up, too.
Yeah. So, do you think he'll ever just say, this is not worth my time in here?
He's got to be getting pretty close to that because I've adjusted
his commitment's
the food.
Incredible.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, what else he got to do all night, you know? But, it's all a chain reaction. We got a giant cat, so we have to have a big door. Well, the door's big enough now for a raccoon to get in. We don't have a dog anymore. The dog, we never had a raccoon problem. We had a dog sleeping in the garage. Right. So, it just continues. It's a chain reaction.
I still want you to put that bobcat in there one time.
Well, it may keep the cat from coming in there.
Let's see. Let's find out.
I've got some funny footage of that raccoon. He is working. He's upside down with that little arm up in there as far as he can go.
He's trying so hard.
Yeah. I've resisted putting the little cuffs out in the yard because I didn't want the cat to get hung up in it. Yeah. But we're about to cuff a whole bunch of them.
Luke in Alabama. Luke, go ahead. 30 seconds. Luke didn't make it. Let's go to JD in Starkville, 96.1. JD, go ahead.
Hey, guys, just wanted to say I caught the spiral dog season and wondered if we could get maybe another food video sometime. What about maybe Speedy doing the protein balls, and I'll hang up and listen to your answer.
Thanks, Speedy. What they're saying, we have a video.
I'd love to see that
on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel of me telling everybody how to do spiral dogs, and I get from all over the country beautiful pictures of spiral dogs.
Right.
And people say we need more of those kind of videos on things that y'all make and like.
Sure.
And they'd like one on your protein balls.
Okay. I will.
Now, we're going to have to wait till you're healed up because it's really hard to take you serious on anything today with a big, huge thing of toilet paper on the back of your head.
This thing on the back of your head.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of what bald people do.
Right.
It looks like you started painting a racing stripe and run out of paint.
I know. I'm asked Bubba a couple times for Band-Aids, but I don't know. I guess, do you not have any?
I have to go look. I forgot to look.
I've been hearing that.
If they were laying in that thing with the chicken, he'd have got you.
Yeah. Now, if they were Band-Aids under those onion rings, you'd have been in business.
Well, see, if I
you should have laid out that pack of crackers to his office and then got down.
If I saw that paper on your head, I would have remembered it. But at my angle, I'm not seeing it.
You can't see it.
It's all I see.
Right.
Zach in Hoover.
Y'all remind me in the
Cut myself
ZZK. Zach, go ahead.
I can't remind you anymore. Buddy.
Hey, good morning, daddies.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, you know how they say the camera adds 10 pounds? Well, I'm watching you guys on YouTube, and y'all must have eaten a lot of cameras.
Hey, that's pretty good. I mean, it's not great.
Oh, I get it. He can't help his voice.
Well, we always
should let somebody else say it.
Yeah. We always say a camera adds 5, 10, 50 pounds to you.
Yeah. That was a good fact joke.
That's a good one.
But y'all eat.
The delivery needed some work.
And a little more details.
See, I would have called this, hey, guys, they say camera adds 10 pounds. Man, I'm watching on YouTube. Y'all have eaten a lot of cameras.
Yeah.
See, that would have been great.
Yeah.
Let's go to
or how many cameras are on you?
Bubba in Hoover. Bubba, go ahead. Welcome.
Lift kit.
You screamed lift kit.
This is the
no, I know who that
Wait
is.
a minute.
Is it? I know who that is.
Is it the last hour already?
Not yet.
I know who that is, by the way. There's a guy who's named Bubba. Of course, he gets anytime. By the way, I went to a place yesterday that the people who run the place, the brothers, are named Rick and Bubba.
Oh, that's cool.
But anyway, and they say they're constantly asked if they're the Rick and Bubba. But this is a guy that every single time he sees my truck, when he works out where I go, and he just walks in and starts screaming, lift kit. And his name's Bubba, so he just did it again.
Lift kit.
Lift kit.
Lift kit city.
He said he wanted to park his car by it. Robert in Alabama, go ahead.
Yeah, I was the one that called the other day about the symptoms, my second shot. I still, after a month of having the second shot, still haven't even got my taste back. It's almost like it gave me the virus, but I've been tested twice, and I'm still coming back negative.
Yeah. Well, which one did you get?
The Pfizer.
Which
What?
one?
Pfizer.
Well, I want to know if he'd had it before he got the shot.
Yeah, I don't know if he. No, man.
Just don't.
Greg,
do not.
Might as well.
Yep. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba show. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Find out how to get all the Rick and Bubba content. Everything you need right there. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. Gridiron Men's Conference starts tonight. Fired up, stoked, can't wait. Men coming from all over the country. Looking forward to spending some time together tonight and half a day tomorrow. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there coming up this weekend. If you have gifts for dad you're not sure about, you can call the experts here on our dad panel at 866-WE-BE-BIG. By the way, if you don't have tickets to Gridiron and you want to still go, it's in Huntsville, Probst Arena. No spacing restrictions, nothing like that. Anybody can come that wants to come as long as we have room, and you can get tickets at the door beginning when they open tonight if you'd like, and look forward to seeing all of you this weekend. Also, don't forget Rick and Bubba University. The podcast comes out tomorrow. Our guest, Bill Battle. We talk about his book that talks about his very interesting and incredible life, and I think you'll get a lot out of that. So catch that on the Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend as well. So, Bubba, here we are on this ruling. And I understand what Jerry's saying, that there's some things in it that you got to look at concerning Christian-based adoption agencies. But for it to be, hey, man, this is nothing to really celebrate, then why is Christian-based adoption agency Lifeline putting out this is their press release that they just released. Lifeline, and it says Christian adoption agency. Lifeline Children's Services. The president has released the following statement in reaction to the Fulton versus City of Philadelphia Supreme Court ruling. And this is from Herbie, who we've had on the show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We are pleased that the Supreme Court has overwhelmingly affirmed the First Amendment religious liberty rights of faith-based adoption ministries like Lifeline Children's Services to carry out our mission of finding families for children in need according to the beliefs that have defined us since our inception. If the state pushes our religious organizations who serve the greater society and the most vulnerable, this will result in greater inequality and a steeper burden for the state. The biblical beliefs that compel our organization and the families that partner with us to adopt kids are beliefs that should be respected by the government. The Christian community in America is eager and ready to fulfill our calling to serve the vulnerable, the vulnerable and adopt children. I'm glad, listen to this, I'm glad the Supreme Court has clearly affirmed our contribution in this needed work. So
Jerry needs to straighten Herbie out. No, Jerry, look, I just read the story. I didn't do the
there is
research on it.
And I agree with Jerry. There's something in there where the LGBTQ community doesn't see this as a devastating defeat for them. But I do think, apparently, by the press release I just read, which was one of many we've seen today from Christian adoption agencies, they do see it as something that's going to help them continue to discriminate. That's the word people use, and everybody gets so afraid of that. I got news for you. When you say that we have a standard, and if you don't meet that standard, then you're denied fill in the blank.
Right.
That discrimination happens all the time, right?
Well, I mean, anybody that's listening to this has a section in their radio called a discriminator. And it allows through the channel you're listening, and it rejects the ones you're not wanting to hear.
And I know the universalists will disagree with me, but I reject the universalists. I don't know how to break this to everybody, but the holy God that created heaven and earth and everything that has life and breathed life into the human race, he has said, because I'm holy and you have sinned, unless you are redeemed and made fully righteous by the sacrifice provided by my son, I will also discriminate against you.
Yeah, that's a big discrimination right there.
That's a big one.
Yep.
But the good news,
appeal on that one.
But the good news is that redemption is available for all who are willing to repent and submit and confess him as Lord. So anyway, but what they're saying is the Christian adoption agencies seem to be celebrating this ruling.
Yeah, so maybe we'll get more clarification later. Rick, did you see yesterday at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, not only did we launch another SpaceX mission, but a wildlife, I don't know what they would call them, worker there that keeps up with the sea turtle nest. Did you see this? She discovered some packages that turned out to be 30 kilograms of cocaine with a street value of $1.2 million.
What, in a sea turtle's nest, or where they go and?
Well, she was going out to inspect the nest. I guess they keep up with all that down there. You know, there's a lot of There's a lot of animals there on the Cape and at Kennedy Space Flight Center. She was with the 45th Civil Engineer Squadron patrolling the beach on Cape Canaveral when she came across a package wrapped tightly in plastic and tape. I immediately contacted the 45th Security Forces Squadron. While waiting for them to arrive, I drove a little further and I found another package and then another. So this was some packages that apparently got thrown overboard in the ocean and then washed up to Cape Canaveral. About $1.2 million worth, a total of 24 packages.
And she said this may explain the unusual energy in the sea turtles. She said she saw one hadn't slept in a week.
All right.
My cousin was down there for the lunch yesterday, so I don't know. All this is making a lot more sense now, so we'll see.
So did they have a launch? Did it
yeah,
all go
SpaceX, yeah. Got back, went fine. They're on a roll, man. They're launching them babies left and right.
Your cousin was down there?
Yeah.
Did you get an invite to go?
Oh, I had to work. I'm working, man.
I had to work.
Some of us got to work.
That's right. That's right.
Cousin Phil, just take off and go.
Right. I'm glad that the discovery. I mean, will they trace that back to anybody or
not yet? Not yet. I bet somebody's unhappy they lost it though.
So here it is. So we got so many people launching rockets now. Now, which one is this?
SpaceX.
Is this Elon Musk?
Yes, this is Elon.
You can just tell it looks different, Rick.
Yeah. So Elon Musk, and then what's the other one called? Code Blue or something?
Blue Origin.
Where'd I come up with
Code
Bezos?
Blue?
Code Blue is for deer, Rick.
That's a deer scent.
Same thing, Rick.
Yeah. What about
Then you got Virgin Galactic.
What about
for
Virgin
Richard Branson?
What about
you got him?
So now he's way behind, right? He's
I would say SpaceX is ahead right now just because they got flights going off left and right.
Do you think right now if they were coming, we were watching a race, we would have SpaceX in the first slot? You've already cleared that up.
No, we're talking about the private contract.
Yeah, I'm not talking about NASA. I'm not talking about NASA. NASA's a different thing. Right. And then in second place, Blue Origin.
I would say Virgin Galactic is probably a little ahead of them.
Really?
Unless they can get into space and carry Bezos on this trip, then they'll jump into second.
So that moves them into a solid second if they pull it.
Or maybe even first if you look at billionaires actually going into space. Because Elon's been launching, but he ain't got a ride yet.
Ain't nobody in it. He's just launching rockets, right?
No, they've had astronauts in it. They've carried people to the space
Oh, you're just
station.
saying the private citizen.
As far as the billionaire guys we're talking about.
Oh, the ones that are in the race.
Right.
I see what
as far as the guys
they
building,
have their own race.
Right.
Who can get
who will get there first of the billionaires.
Okay, I got you.
And Bezos looks like he's scheduled to beat the other ones. Unless they hurry up. But I don't know why. I think Elon could just hitch a ride on one that's going down, beat them all.
That's what I'm asking. Why not just go ahead and go? It's my rocket. Can't I ride in it?
Say they've got it dialed in right now.
All right, if you leave us, I hope you have a tremendous weekend. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, we'll do a top of the hour break. We'll come back. The new president of the Southern Baptist Convention is making headlines. We'll interview him next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy,
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang is all here this hour. Rick and Bubba University interns today, the winner, and also Barbecue Smoke Neck, earning their degree in common sense, that now a superpower. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Number 12 on his jersey, number 1 in your hearts, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for sharing a few hours with us. That's all we ask for each and every day.
Bubba, as of today, it is still the largest Protestant denomination in our country, the Southern Baptists. 14 million members, and thousands of the Southern Baptists made their way to the Southern Baptist Convention, and a new president was elected, Pastor Ed Litton from Mobile, Alabama, down in that Saraland, actually, down that area, Redemption Church. Ed and I have been friends for a number of years. I've had the honor of speaking at his church. My wife's had the honor of being there. We actually went down there and spoke together one time. They are doing a lot of the resources from the manchurch.com with their men's ministry. So Ed and I have known each other for a while, and he joins us now. Ed, what I did not know, when did you become a woke pastor? When did this happen?
Well, I woke up this morning, actually.
Yeah.
And, I tell people all the time, that's a term people use, unfortunately, as a pejorative. They think it's casting me in a light. But, the Scripture says in Revelation 3:2, the church in Sardis, wake up. And there have been awakenings in my life, and I'm praying for an awakening in this country, that God will awaken us to his word and to the power of the Holy Spirit to revive us as believers in this country, because our nation desperately needs a revived, on-fire church.
Yeah, we were sitting here on the air, and this is all happening live, and the way journalism, and I'm using that word loosely right now. There really is no journalism anymore. A lot of provocative headlines, and so let's just right now on this platform, let's just clear up exactly where you stand, because apparently the media is unable to do that. They tend to try to take what you've said and make it work for whatever narrative they prefer. I've seen some.
Well, I think it's also, to be fair, Rick, I think that's their perspective and their worldview. That's how they see things. So New York Times, which is the paper of letter and of note, it said that I was a moderate Southern Baptist. And I'm just here to say there are no moderate Southern Baptists. Right. Those guys left a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when you kind of cease to be a Southern Baptist. But let's take the one that, I remember the first call came in, hey, what do you think about Southern Baptists? Is they're going to start teaching the critical race theory. They're embracing it.
Yeah.
And
well, first of all.
Yeah, so tell us about that.
Well, that's ridiculous. And let me say this. I believe that the Word of God is inerrant, infallible, and it is sufficient. It is our only source in looking at life and how we treat one another, how we do what God desires for us to do. So I am very conservative in my theology and my politics. But what's happening is people have taken this critical race theory, which is a problem in the culture, and have immediately said, because people like myself are reaching out to people of color in my community, how can I reach a city like Mobile, Alabama with the gospel when over half of the people there are African American and our churches have little to no relationship with each other? So after Ferguson, we started getting together and we started meeting on a regular basis. I mean, every 2 weeks. We've been working through a lot of painful stuff in our past. We've been learning to love one another. We've become friends, and we're working together to help build and make a better community where we're at. Since when was that not like Jesus?
Yeah.
We're just following the rules and instructions of his word.
Don't let me put words in your mouth. You just did it. But but I'm gonna say this, and you say that is accurate or that's inaccurate. So we've talked about this before on the show, because we do the show from a biblical worldview as well. And anytime the race issue comes up, is I say, well, now within the church, the Bible has been really clear on this. I don't know that the Apostle Paul could have said it any clearer, that the church is one race of people under the authority of Jesus. He goes on to say, now, look, y'all got to understand here, there's not going to be any Jew and Gentile. There's not going to be any Scythian. There's not going to be any barbarian. There's not going to be free. There's not going to be slave. We are all going to be one race of people under the authority of Christ. And so this is what I keep running into. I say Ed Litton is for race reconciliation through through the filter of the Word of God of what the church is supposed to look like, and then and if you think that's critical race theory, I think that's an unfair statement. Am I right that you do believe in race reconciliation? There's no doubt about that, because we need that. But
let me say this: I believe in gospel reconciliation.
There you go. Yeah,
the Bible makes it very clear that we are to be reconciled first to God. We are ambassadors of Christ to reconcile people to God, and then we're to be reconciled to one another. And so these allegations are not just made up; they're false, they're lies. But it's also people that, frankly, Rick, are afraid. They're afraid, and I understand why they're afraid. And so what we have to do is realize the Bible says we have not been given a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. I was afraid when I first started engaging people who didn't look like me, think like me, or vote like me. I didn't want to be labeled a bigot. I was afraid of theological issues, but here's what I discovered. I discovered good-willed people of all colors, of all different backgrounds, different forms of worship, and different ways of seeing the world, and maybe they don't vote like I do. But here's the reality. We are brothers through the blood of Jesus Christ. You're right. There is one race, and there's one problem, and the problem's sin. And there's one solution, and that solution is Jesus Christ risen, coming into our lives and changing our hearts. I had you know this, Rick. You've been to my church. I'm a missionary to rednecks.
Yes.
I'm just telling you.
Which is why you keep bringing me in. Yeah, you keep bringing me in.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
You speak the lingo.
But what's cool is this guy came and said, Pastor, I don't think I have a prejudiced bone in my body. I said, it's not your bones I'm worried about, it's your heart.
Right.
And I said, is your heart right? Can you love somebody that doesn't look like you, think like you, or vote like you? And you know what? I'm watching my church do it, and I'm proud of them.
So let me say this, too, because I want to make sure that we take care of Mike Stone in this, too. I don't know Mike. I've never met Mike, and it got down to a runoff between you and Mike. And here's what happens with the fringe. I've talked to some of our brothers of the faith that you and I both have great respect, who were there, that we have great respect for. And they said, here's the problem. What happened was we had fringe on two different points of view, and the tiny, tiny percentage of this convention, it is absolutely wrong to say that if Ed Litton became the president, that means the convention, that Ed Litton is a liberal and he's a progressive, and he's taking us into this culture of changing biblical standards, because there are some people in the convention that maybe you and I wouldn't agree with. And they said, but it's equally wrong to say that those that were on the far, far left of the convention to call Mike Stone a racist. That was equally as wrong.
That's right. I agree with that. Absolutely. Let me tell you something. The color of my skin does not automatically make me a racist. And I want to say this. Mike Stone is a pastor in Georgia. He has done a phenomenal work where he's at. He's my brother in Christ. And so we have to be able to work out our differences together. That's the whole idea. of unity in the body of Christ. We don't. Here's the good news: Mike Stone should still feel very comfortable being in the Southern Baptist Convention because he doesn't have to think like me on every issue. I'm going to tell you what was really moving to me, because this is an amazing honor and a tremendous burden to lead this. But what's really interesting is that people who would walk up to me after the election, many people, and I heard the same thing over and over, they said, Pastor, we did not vote for you, but we love you in Christ, and we are going to pray for you. Now, if people want to know the condition of the Southern Baptist Convention, we are moving toward a goal, and you hit it well. It's a Revelation 7:9 vision, and that is that around the throne of God, every tribe and tongue will be represented. Southern Baptist mission is to get the gospel to the nations, and we do it together.
Well, and as we've said on this program, and I've heard you preach many times, if you're going to try to get a fallen creation to produce their version of equality, good luck with that. But in Scripture, I'll tell you where you find equality, and that's at the foot of the cross. Every single human being is in equal need of redemption.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks for taking time to clarify some of this. It's heartbreaking when I see people say things about somebody that I know are not true. And sadly, when you go out and try to explain yourself based on the narrative of the media outlet, they're going to portray it in a way that they think is throwing raw meat and blood in the water for the people that love the way they do. And again, I don't even want to use the word journalism. And I think that's got to stop. It's grossly irresponsible. So when people start calling this show and people start saying things, I thought, it's a bizarre concept that I would actually let you speak for yourself.
Man, I appreciate that. I do. I love you guys. Thank you for what you do.
Well, thank you, and thanks for taking time. I know everybody's pulling you in a bunch of different directions for taking time to be with us.
And I think there's some people in the media, Rick, just always want to portray any group as being in disarray of some sort when there really may not be.
100% correct. Ed Litton, the new president of the Southern Baptist Convention, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Our thanks to Pastor Ed Litton for being with us. Hopefully that was helpful. I hope it was. Probably for some, won't accomplish much, but for those that were truly trying to listen, maybe. Bubba, as we make our way back, we got a lot to do on the program today, and guess what one of those things are? You like that, buddy?
Yeehaw and howdy. It's time for your favorite part of the show.
Sing it, girl.
We call it It's a Country Song or It Ain't.
You got it.
With the wildest wranglers this side of the Mason-Dixon, Country Boy Rick and his buddy, Bubba.
Country Song or It Ain't. This has been a legendary contest many years on the program, and this is an opportunity for you today. The first winner will win a Chord Buddy learning system from our friends at Chord Buddy. You get the Chord Buddy, you get an instruction book, free app, lesson plan videos, a song book with over 100 songs. And we will need to know whether you're a left-hander or a right-hander when it comes to strumming. So anyway, so if you win, first winner's going to get that Chord Buddy.
You know, Rick, I want to point out, I'm pretty sure that this is the only broadcast outlet in the nation, streaming or broadcast, that will try to do segments and transition from interviewing the newly elected president of the Southern Baptist Convention to Country Song or It Ain't.
There's no show like this.
No.
We're the one and only.
It keeps me going.
Yeah,
I'll tell
it
you
does
that.
me too.
Yep.
So here's how it works. Bubba's going to be reading potential titles to country music. You must identify whether that is a country song or if you think he just made it up, it ain't. Get 3 of those right in a row, and you'll be a winner. That's how it works. All right, so Lisa is in Florida. Hello, Lisa. Welcome to Country Song or It Ain't. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, are you ready for title number 1?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go, Bubba.
I just bought a car from the guy that stole my girl, but the car don't run, so I figured we got an even deal. Country song or it ain't?
It ain't.
I'm sorry, it is.
Oh, my goodness. That even got the winner.
Yeah, the winner chuckled a little bit, didn't he?
He did.
Bo is in Louisville. Hey, Bo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you.
All right,
I'm good.
You ready? Title number 1.
I'm going to make like a snake. Country song or it ain't?
I'm going to make like a snake.
Yeah.
Country song or not.
We got to have it before you Google it.
I'm going to say,
Buzz.
yeah.
It is.
It is.
Peter?
Rick, I think you're going to have to get on that buzzer a little quick.
Okay. All right, so I will. All right, let's go. Number 2.
I meant every word that he said. Country song or it ain't?
Meant every word that he said. I'm pretty sure that's a country one.
Are you saying it's a country song?
Yeah.
It is. You're correct.
Yeah, that was pretty quick there. So.
Buzz will lay
All
back.
right, if you get this right, it's a Chord Buddy, baby. Here it goes. Title number 3.
My desire for you is hotter than the rug fire caused by Mama's Marlboros.
I'm going to hope not.
It's not.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, he got it, Rick.
I can hardly read
I
it.
was so thrown off by that. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
All right, so what hand do you strum with, left or right?
I'm a lefty.
You're lefty. All right. Make a note, Speedy. It's a left-handed strummer. All right, so Chord Buddy, instruction book, free app, lesson plan videos, and a Chord Buddy songbook with over 100 songs from our friends at chordbuddy.com. All right, we're putting you on hold, buddy. Thank you, Bo. Thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You too, man. All right, we're going to continue to play, but now we move into now these gifts come from the Rick and Bubba store. All right, so anything you want out of the Rick and Bubba store, that's what we're playing for now. Rob, isn't this apropos, Bub, that we're going to go to a city where it all began with while playing Country Song or It Ain't?
Absolutely.
Rob's in Gadsden, Z93. Rob, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Title number 1.
Every time we throw a party, she beats me to the punch. Country song or it ain't?
I want to say it is.
I'm sorry, it is not.
Come on.
He blew the gun. Did you blow the gun out? Let's go to Kevin.
Put it back in his holster.
Greg Florence near Muscle Shoals.
Oh, boy.
All right, so a lot of pressure.
Music, a lot of music.
WLAY. Let's go, Kevin. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Title number 1.
My heart is dragging for you just like my muffler. Country song or it ain't?
I'm going to say it is.
I'm sorry it ain't. Oh, man.
He's getting tired. Can you holster it too? Let's go to Renee. Renee, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you doing, Renee?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. All right, here we go. Title number 1.
I liked you better before I knew you so well. Country song or
Truth
ain't?
to that.
I'm going to say it is.
You are correct, it is.
All right, here we go. Title number 2. Renee stays in the game.
Move, old Duke, and lay down here beside me. Country song or ain't?
I'm going to say it ain't.
You're correct.
I thought that was.
Oh, it's getting me
sure?
today.
Can Renee, can we get another winner? Here we go. Title number 3, Renee for the win.
Keep the house, give me the dog. Country song or it ain't?
It is.
I'm sorry it's not.
Oh. Yeah. All right, Paulie, you're the last one. Paulie, here we go. Title number 1, Paulie.
I never had the one I wanted. Country song or it ain't?
Paulie, what do you think?
Hello?
Paul.
Good night.
Did you hear that?
Trying to go.
Tommy?
Tommy.
Oh, Tommy.
I'm sorry, it's just Paulie. Did you hear that country song or it ain't?
I didn't. Say it again, please.
I never had the one I wanted. Country song or it ain't?
It is.
You are correct. Thanks to Ernest.
Title number 2, Tommy, go ahead.
Let's get married at 11 and honeymoon at noon. Country song or it ain't?
Let's say it is.
I'm sorry it's not.
Paulie's out. Yes. Tommy Paulie fell through.
Oh, man.
Well, we did have one winner, though.
Yeah, we did. Got him a chord, buddy.
Got him a chord, buddy.
He's a lefty.
Play it.
Southpaw strummer.
We'll be back. You got the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is a number. There's the phone troll music. So the lines are open. There they go. They're open, and they're open. So come in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Barbecue Smoke Neck taking your phone calls. Rick and Bubba intern ready to get you in here to chat with us. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. I stress this, and I stress this loud and clear. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. No one wants to hear that. So let's make a comment, ask a question, bring something to the table. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You're running the show now. If you're sitting there going, well, I wish they'd talk about this, or I tell you what I would have said, well, now's the time to do that. Let freedom ring. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. While you are coming in to chat, buy Raycon.com/Bubba. Bubba, the Raycon earbuds, I love this. I would put this on my list of what I call electric sponsors, meaning, when they came on the show, the audience responded to them. Look, sometimes people want to get to our audience. Our audience hears what they have to say and just kind of go, eh. But every now and then.
You're saying electrified.
I mean, electric. And so people love these earbuds. And why not? You know why? It's a great product. They're durable. They're wonderful. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands out there. They don't look ridiculous. They're discreet. They're cool. They're hip. As I said, we keep getting all kinds of stories about their durability. 15% off on top of that price if you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Look, to have these earbuds in your ears is to be part of the Rick and Bubba family. It's becoming one of those markers. You see somebody, if you see somebody listening, you must listen to Rick and Bubba.
That's right.
45-day happiness guarantee to give them a try. If you don't like them inside 45, they'll replace them. So buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Lines are available. Luke gets us started in Dadeville. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. All right, Luke, go ahead. How are you?
Hey, man, I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Hey, I just wanted to ask you, Rick, to be praying for me, my mom, and my dad. We're going to the Gridiron Men's Conference. We're headed there right now, and I'm looking forward to hearing you speak.
Thank you. You're not bringing Mama, are you?
Rick. Well, she's coming with us. She's going to be at the hotel and drive around while me and my dad are at the conference. She ain't going to dress up as a man now, I'll tell you that.
Hey, man, I'm looking forward to that. I can't wait to see you there tonight. Because you don't want his dad to be a WB, a wife bringer.
Tell her sneak in the back.
Put a cap on.
Let's go to Jay. Look forward to seeing you there, Luke, and your family, or your dad. Let's go to Jay in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jay, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. Hey, I'm heading to Gridiron this weekend, too, but looking forward to it. Just wanted to say I was listening to the 100.3 this morning, and they had a news story, and the fireworks guys have figured out the shortage thing. They're talking about there's a big shortage of fireworks, so you better hurry out and get your fireworks now.
Oh, that's great.
That's
brilliant. That's perfect.
Well, really, since there's a shortage of so many things, that's all you have to do. As a matter of fact, I hate to bring it up about the shortages we have at rickandbubba.com under the store.
Right.
I mean, we're having a terrible time getting things in, and we may have to raise things by 40%.
Yeah. And when they're gone, they're gone.
Oh, but I was asking somebody the other day. I said, "You think lumber is lumber coming back down?" You know what he said? I'd call it more leveling out. Once they can get this for it.
Yeah. I still haven't understood exactly what caused that, other than the Canadians slowing down their production a little bit. I don't know.
Well, it
just seemed like it was out of balance, the result, based on what they were doing.
From what I've gathered,
maybe I don't understand,
and I may be wrong on lumber, but what I've gathered on products in general, it really isn't that we don't have much of it. That's not really it. We don't have enough people to get it to you the way we once did.
It's a supply chain.
We can't get it to the people. We can't get from point A to point B the way we did in the past because of all the people that don't want to work, people that we don't have the labor force.
And then once we get it to you, we don't have anybody do anything with it.
Right, yeah. Then good luck. If you need it installed, good luck with that. Let's go to Todd in Birmingham listening to ZZK. Yeah, Todd.
Yeah, Todd. Tell it.
Dad.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Good. I have to have Greg's opinion on the new announcement of the Victoria's Secret model, Miss Megan Rapone. And a transgender is also coming on board. So I got to have Greg's opinion on that.
That's a soccer player.
What now?
You know what we were talking about off air?
Yeah.
I saw something
Rapinoe.
about it.
Yeah.
And I thought they were just going to make them put some more clothes on, but now it's beyond that.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That's way beyond that.
Clipping their wings.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, they've hired her and a transgender to be they're changing the name away from Angels to whatever.
Oh, my.
Oh, so the Angels doesn't. I thought they were. I really thought this was. Oh man, they're saying this is
You
bad
thought they were going to be more modest and not treat women
like objects. I thought, well, that's what they're doing. I didn't realize they were taking this weird turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That transgender one, that outfit there ought to be something.
Greg,
it's
it's easy.
I'm just curious.
Maybe it's better just to quote Dennis Prager.
Anyway, yeah, I really hadn't looked at it, but that ought to be interesting.
Right. Well, Babylon B, you want to give a headline on that one?
Maybe that's what we should do, Rick.
well, look, Babylon B.
Rick, I'm quoting him,
That
and I'll
soccer
paraphrase it.
Yeah.
Liberals ruin everything.
That's what Dennis Prager
The
said.
soccer girl is going to be a.
We didn't say that.
A model.
Dennis Prager said that.
She gonna be a model.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Rapino.
From Babylon B, nation's teenage boys suddenly much less interested in finding the Victoria's Secret catalog in the mail.
Okay, there it is.
There's from Babylon B. Look on the front of it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't miss a thing.
They don't.
Pretty good.
I
got to research this.
Let's go to
No,
William
don't do that.
in Vestavia Hills. William, go ahead. William?
Yeah, William. Sweet William.
Bill?
Come on.
Billy?
Frankie.
Is he eating? Is it a dry food?
Oh, I hope so. Let's
William. All right. Sorry, buddy. Let's go to Amanda in Tennessee. Amanda, welcome to the Rick and Bubba
Yes.
Show.
Hey, I was just going to call and see if y'all have noticed how diverse the commercials on TV have gotten lately.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching this morning, and they didn't have a man and a wife. They had a man and a man.
Oh yeah,
we get a lot of that.
You're gonna get
That's everywhere.
get a full dose of that. Every comedy sitcom's got that. You're gonna have it everywhere.
Well, the commercials too now. Like if there's something that has to do with Valentine's or whatever, you're gonna have the same gender couples coming in there now too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been going on and is going to continue to be more and more prominent.
Yeah.
Nashville, is your name Nashville in Columbiana?
Yeah, that's right.
Come on, Music City.
Wow.
Did you ever ask your parents how you got that name?
Well, I'm a coal truck driver. That's my handle.
Oh, I got you.
Oh,
I got you.
Speaking about Evil Knievel this morning,
Oh, yeah.
Robbie, his son, he always jumped with a dirt bike. Evil always jumped with a Harley. And if you want to see a good video about the fountains in Caesar Palace, go pull up Gary Wales.
Oh, yeah.
When he jumped, he wrecked, and when he hit that concrete wall, you could hear it.
I've seen
It
that.
just makes you cringe.
It's bad.
What's his
Kill
name?
him.
Gary Wells.
They kill him.
He tried to be a rival to Evil Knievel, but I don't know. I think it either did or it banged him up real bad. But I mean, you can see his body just crumble.
Well, worse than I saw Evil Knievel's body crumble?
Yeah, I think it's worse or as bad.
Let's go to.
I'm looking it up.
Huh?
I'm looking it up.
We've lost Greg for 10 minutes.
Yep, we've lost him.
There he goes.
Yep. Well, Greg, see you later, buddy. I'm glad you moved to this one though, and not the other story the guy called about.
But yeah,
let's go to.
I thought it was anyway.
Let's go to.
There's Gary.
Jr. In Evergreen. Jr. Go ahead.
Hey, boys, I was just going to ask y'all what you thought about the Juneteenth that Mr. Biden decided he wanted to sign into law yesterday.
We talked about that in the first hour. So, I mean, if we are remembering the Emancipation Proclamation and then this story out of Galveston, Texas, where there were people who had been freed as slaves and they didn't know it, and the troops came in to tell them that they had now been freed, I don't have any problem in remembering that. The name I think could have been better, but I found out that's been around for a while because I think it leads to confusion. And I would always encourage everybody. Anytime you're going to be against something or don't like something, I would really just try to motivate all of us to go in there and study every detail of it so we all kind of know what we're talking about. Because I'm not against us celebrating this moment when our country took a turn away from something that was evil and had gone on with just about every civilization that there's ever been since the fall of mankind, but we were correcting that. Now, if y'all want to have some other argument about how many federal holidays we have and this and that, I guess you can do that. But I'd be real careful with it because are you against that or do you not like that moment in history? Didn't think it needs some
celebration, I think it probably does. I know because I know how we are today. Well, Biden signed it, so I'm supposed to be against it.
Yeah.
I don't really work that way. I don't have a problem with us remembering the Emancipation Proclamation and these slaves that were told that they were free in Galveston. That doesn't bother me at all. Now, if you want to talk about it away from that, like, now, are there going to be political games played with it? Yes. Are there going to be people that are going to act like they feel one way when they're not sincere at all? Yes. Is it going to be used to try to divide us? Probably. And those who do that, then, that's their problem. But when you think about what the historic moment is, though, keep it right there. I don't have any problem with it at all. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. 866 We Be Big is our number. Happy Father's Day weekend to all the dads out there. Y'all make a fuss over Daddy this weekend. And if you have any gift ideas you want to run past us, we'll help you with that. We did that yesterday. I think we helped some guys out. So looking at some of the emails coming in today, someone has an interesting email. You know, and this shows how long we've been at this, Bubba. I mean, you know, we've been at this 27 years. And you and I have been interacting on the show for almost 30 years.
Yeah.
If you look at that.
Yep.
So, and you and I have been in radio longer than that. But let's just go Rick and Bubba history here because that's all this is. It says, I have been listening since 1992, which means just what I said. They were even listening before we went to Rick and Bubba's show as the name, meaning both of us as co-hosts. Said, love the show ever since. Thank you for that. And this is a question they've noticed from the Rick and Bubba store. Why isn't Helium Boy on any of the swag? Helium Boy owns me. I think it would be a great seller if he could have his own swag or to be on some of the swag. I remember when Helium Boy was on regular. It was one of the highlights of my day.
Oh, goodness.
And it says now that Rick's nearly lost his voice, but the voice is back, meaning Helium Boy has also returned. It is available again. I disagree with this. She's wanting a segment every week with Helium Boy. I'm not for that.
Wow. No, he would love that, heavy. Though. He loves it.
But let me here's one point I think this emailer makes, though, that might be interesting. Vintage Rick and Bubba section.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're like there's a swag session on the Rick and Bubba because we did have a Helium Boy shirt.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
I have one framed.
Yeah, I do too in my office. Is it in my office or is it at home? I don't know, but anyway. Don't even know what's in your office, Rick?
Yeah.
I know I have some of the shirts that we had over the years, those game day type shirts, which I love.
Yeah. We had one with Fat Fest on
we
it.
did.
Fat Flight, I mean.
Well, look, we've had
Mark Prater on it.
We've had a Fat Flight one.
Happy birthday, Mark.
We've had a Save Sand Mountain Sam one.
Yep.
We've had a Helium Boy one, you and I in the Funmobile.
Yep.
That original one's it's you and I in just some car. I don't even know what that is. With Helium Boy, I think beside us.
Yeah.
In the car. But anyway, but what if we said, would the audience, like the veterans, of course, would they like a vintage Rick and Bubba part of the store? We put vintage shirts, like old school stuff, like Rick and Bubba softball jersey, Helium Boy shirt, some of that kind of stuff. I don't know. That's not a bad idea. Some of the vintage stuff that's not every day anymore.
Well,
but,
I don't know. I mean, if you could produce it, that's the numbers is always.
I know that's the problem. If you could do one of those deals, there are sometimes like we did with the Biggin chairs, which I saw with those. Those look good, don't they?
Yeah, I got two of them.
Yeah, I saw that. That's good. The Biggin chairs, what we did so we wouldn't get in over our head and be stuck with a bunch of chairs. We did those. We didn't order them until you had all decided you wanted them. We didn't place the order until we knew how many orders we needed, and sometimes you can do that with shirts, but not. It's much harder to do.
Yeah.
So anyway, but it's not a bad idea. And
it just costs a lot to get it started.
There's your problem. Jeremy is in Key Largo. It's not every day we get a call from Key Largo.
All the way from Key Largo.
Jeremy, go ahead. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm great. Enjoying this Friday morning, listening to you guys.
Thank you.
I'm in and out of my work truck, and I thought I heard you say that Gary's going to jump Lake Mitchell on a Harley.
Hey, I used to run, with a motorcycle group down there in Chilton County, and I was thinking about, setting up a ramp and maybe me just attempting to jump Lake Mitchell. Picture that, y'all. I've got a Gary thing I'm doing to him right now. It's driving him up just driving him crazy.
Really?
Yeah, I'll tell you about it later. Let's go to Alan and Madison, listening to 100.3 The River. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, about 3 weeks ago, Greg made a comment that Lori Lightfoot looked weird. I just wanted to tell him she looks like Beetlejuice.
Oh, wow.
Who is this?
Lori Lightfoot.
Mayor of Chicago.
Beetlejuice.
A little bit.
Really? Greg, don't.
No, I'm fine.
If you know,
she just has a unique look.
Today, people are.
I love how he has to announce I'm fine.
Is it the
I'm
talk?
fine. I got it.
Listen, is this the talk of daredevils? It's because the callers seem very daredevilish like.
Right, I know.
You know what they're doing? They're poking.
They really are. Yeah. Hey, look, don't mess with that dog over the corner. He ain't bothering nobody.
Yeah.
Let him sleep.
Don't mess with
Beetlejuice.
buddy.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
I can see that.
She's got a problem in Chicago.
Or does she?
The violence,
worse
the
than her
gun,
hairdo.
the gun violence is absolutely out of
it's
control.
crazy.
And while she gets up and gives speeches about gun control, Chicago has some of the strictest gun laws in the country. To buy a gun, you got to jump through hoops. To carry that gun, you got to jump through hoops. I mean, you got to have paperwork galore. But the problem is, it doesn't slow down the people who are going to break the law. That's your problem, is the illegals who are breaking the law.
You're right.
The criminals.
The law-abiding citizens are not who you're worried about.
So far, when there tries to be a overreaching, tyrannical state government, city government that says, "By golly, we're going to have the biggest, most stringent gun laws, and we're going to show the rest of the country how to do it," the same result keeps happening. Then the law-abiding citizens have no protection, but the criminals still have guns. And so, do we just want to take our head and keep ramming it up against the wall? And that seems to be what's happening, which is why the rest of the country, we haven't quite adopted it. Let's go to Charlie in Enterprise. Charlie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Charlie?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Charlie, are you wrestling your phone?
Charlie, is the phone winning?
Yeah, it's winning. I was in the store making a purchase.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What I was calling about is I celebrate May the 8th because in Carson Plantation in Crawford, Mississippi, close to Starville.
Yeah.
And Mayhew, Mississippi, which is the Gordon Plantation. That's where my mother's people's from, and my father's people from Carson Plantation. We celebrate May the 8th because that's when we found out. And Juneteenth, I get offended, and I have to teach my kids May the 8th because that's when we found out. But just because the big soldiers brought it to Texas, that's why they celebrating it now.
So you're saying everybody may have a day that means more to them than somebody else. The day that because that was the problem. Right. You know, it's not like today where President Lincoln would have gotten on television and said, "By the way, I now announce today we've signed into law the Emancipation Proclamation." Everybody go, "Hey!"
Yeah.
So everybody found out. Yeah, everybody had to find out at different times in different ways. So for your family in Mississippi, it's May 8th.
You know what? You'll be surprised how many families came from Carson Plantation and Gordon Plantation and Mayhew. Some of them big stars.
Really?
And some of them football players.
How about that?
If they told the truth, claiming Starkville, their hometown, right?
so they try to make it sound like something that you've heard of more. Yeah. Well, thanks. So, well, happy May 8th to you and your family whenever it comes around.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for calling, Charlie. Appreciate it.
I was wanting to know what he was buying.
I know I started to get into that, but I didn't know if he
You ever get to dropping your phone and you can't get it? It's all.
Oh, yes. What about before Bluetooth, when it would happen in the car, and you're like, well, all the people here, and they're trying to like, I can't get the phone right now. Just hang on. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big. If this is the end of our time together this week, have a great weekend. Don't forget another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Will be out tomorrow. If you have more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Rick and Bubba University has interns. Barbecue Smoke Neck taking your phone calls now at 866 We Be Big, rocking the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, the winner. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Butts.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Gridiron Men's Conference starts tonight. Be there in Huntsville, Propes Arena. If you want to come, you can. No, we don't have no spacing, none of these restrictions, none of that. We just gonna have a conference. And so tonight I'll be speaking with Herschel Walker and Ike Reichard, Charles Billingsley doing worship. Tomorrow, Jonathan Evans, Gary Chapman, and also Phil Waldrop, and of course Charles will be singing and getting everybody rolling again tomorrow. I'll be looking at his wardrobe. I'll be critiquing it. So all that's coming up this weekend. Can't wait to get there. And themanchurch.com be set up out in the lobby. We'll have all of our resources, curriculum, strategy, whatever you need. We'll be there. And I'll try to be out there at the booth as much as I can this weekend, gripping and grinning.
And you're not really going to try to tackle Herschel Walker, right?
No,
okay.
No.
Right.
Let me tell you something.
That was thrown around.
Let me tell you something. That
That'd
son
be a
of a
bad
gun,
day.
Hey, I don't know how many 60-year-olds could go out there and honestly play a few plays. I think he could.
Yeah.
Have you seen how good a shape he's still in?
Oh, yeah. Well,
it's unbelievable.
Didn't he do MMA fighting not too long ago?
Yeah, he did.
So
he danced in the ballet. He's done it all. He's like Uncle Duke.
So Georgia won the national championship in '80, and I think he was a sophomore when they won the national championship.
Yeah, I think that's right.
All right, so
because he only played 3 years, right?
Yeah. So then he's probably our age. So he's 56, 57 then.
He may be a year or two older than us. Yeah.
But well, you're right. He's close.
He's
to
59.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He's got to be a couple of years older than Bubba. And me. So I
represent the old man here on the show.
Yeah. But what did we forget to say? You're month 3, 7 months.
Yeah, 6-7 months.
Yeah. Because I'm month 10. You're month 3.
Half the year we're the same age, and then I slingshot ahead.
Then you pull away.
You catch up in October.
Kyle is in Sylacauga. Kyle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How you doing today, buddy?
No, I'm doing good. Green Acres and Monkey Grass.
Well, buddy, thank
Yeah.
Come on.
What's on your
mind? Just wanted to give y'all a shout out and tell you thank you so much for being Christian on the radio today. And, we appreciate all y'all do. We listen to y'all every day.
Thank
you. It makes our day better. You guys have fun sense of humor.
Thank you.
And I love that you bring God back to where he's supposed to be.
Well, he's going to be there whether we acknowledge it or not.
Yeah.
I don't know that we bring God and tell him to do anything, but he's always going to be where he is. But to say that we are in agreement with where he says he is, we are. Yes, we are. And sometimes our life has not reflected that. But when that's the beauty of the ongoing sanctification process. The old flesh is still it tries to fight for its life, and the spirit has been renewed, and the one you feed is usually the one that wins. So, but God is we do acknowledge and we believe everything that He says about Himself. So
that's right, and I appreciate y'all being the way y'all are, brother. We love y'all.
Well, thank you, Kyle, and we are certainly great examples of His grace more than anything. So appreciate that, and that's a kind thing to say. So I was telling you guys this thing that's going on since the guy brought up Gary last hour. And, Bubba's got a little emotional today because this is normally the day that he and Gary go and fish. I didn't know that.
It wasn't like a set day, but I think we did it. I know twice, maybe 3 times. I don't know.
Well, I was thinking maybe the Friday from Father's Day was a trigger that y'all got to.
Well, I think it was a day where I had planned to go to the farm and goof off.
Yeah.
On that Friday,
and that's
it was kind of Dad's weekend.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's so we're going to have that kind of weekend too. Really looking forward to it. But so
a lot of rain.
The thing with
Hello, rain.
Dream killer.
And this won't help either with all the rain where we live this weekend. This particular thing. So, Gary, I love Gary.
Oh, we're starting with that.
Yeah,
wow. So this must be bad.
Preface it with that.
And Gary is a very good friend to me. Okay, so, but we all know that Gary is a very hard worker. We know that Gary has a lot going
according
on.
to him.
And according to him. Even though every time we've worked together, it did feel like I was out working. But anyway, he's got a lot of expertise.
Yeah.
But he's a one-man operation.
Okay, and so sometimes when there's big jobs, I mean, because now why is Gary a one-man operation?
Rick, you know why.
And we all know why, because every single person that ever tries to work with Gary, he says that they're awful, they don't work, and he gets rid of them. You can't find nobody work. I mean, you sitting there trying to move some limbs, and they over on their phone. And so anyway, hey, people don't know how to work no more. I know, but he's so that a one man can only do so much. Okay, well,
one man and a tractor.
We at our when the work he does for us, and see, there's the battle, which y'all know, where I get caught in between, and that is the battle of Gary and my wife, and I'm in the crossfire. Okay, but where Gary miscalculates, Sherry is going to win. I would much rather be in good standing with Sherry than good standing with Gary.
Right.
Well, yeah.
If you push me going today, you have to choose who you're in good standing with. I said, well, I choose her.
That's easy.
Yeah, because I don't see you every day, and plus you're a dude. So I mean, we're going to be all right at some point. And so Gary will do a lot of work, and he'll create various piles of stuff, especially with all the. Remember, we had the tornado thing that happened that came up into our area. Yeah. We had the hurricane, that happened that came inland, and we've had a lot of trees.
And we had several storms that just knocked a lot of trees down this year. It didn't have a name to it. I mean, it was probably more than I remember in many years.
And what Gary will normally do is he creates piles, and then says they will be burned at some point. And then Sherry gets into what is that point? Ooh. When will they be burned? And then it's kind of a moving target. It's and now keep in mind, I understand there has to be conditions where you can burn.
Right.
But what
you have to prep to burn. You have to set up your fire break.
Now over here, Sherry claims that perfect days go by and Gary doesn't burn.
Ooh.
Gary says that every time I try to burn, there's either too much wind, too much rain, or it's too dry. So this is my ongoing battle. So we're burning now, and we've got one that's really, really big, and then we have a couple of small ones. And the two small ones have been there for a very long time. Okay, and I will have to go over in Sherry's camp for that. The other one is new, and it's to me it's not as important as the other two. It's bigger. It's a much bigger job, but and so Gary is doing the bigger one now, but it's going to take a while. It's gigantic, okay? And so every day I'm asked, are they burned? And then I get from Gary, well, I'm working on it. So what I'm doing now, so this is what I'm having fun with now, is I will say things like, heads up. I even text this the other day, Sherry is on the way to the farm, repent. Almost like somebody be told that the Lord is coming.
Yeah.
And of course, he's like, oh my, hey, where is she? And I said, well,
I'm leaving.
So then comes the text. Why are these piles not burned? Gary, what's up with these piles over by the camp house? Well, hey, I got to get the ones on 42 first. And I said, well, for the love of God, would you go burn the ones over there that Sherry actually sees? And so
burn something.
Yeah. So
please.
Then he's like, hey, where is she? I said, well, she's burning them piles over by the camp house. He's like, yeah, she ain't supposed to be burning them. I said, I'm just telling you, you're going to set them on fire if you don't get down there. So now my ongoing thing, so now I have to go in that mode of the way you get it done. Gary texted me yesterday, hey, when you coming down here? By the way, that's exactly how he says it, by the way.
Got him.
I text back, when all piles are burned. I will not come back to the all burned. No return to the farm. Because if I come down there, and if Sherry wants to go with me, she's going to see them. And so that's my new thing now. Everything I text back now is, piles burned. When the piles are burned. Hey, what you doing today? Thinking about piles that I wish were burned. Everything he texts me, that's all I come back with. Is
Rick, he's going fishing today.
Well, I know you and him are going today, so we can't get it done today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
slow down. I need more time to figure out how to live my life. Oh, I'm waiting, hesitating, always seem to postpone. Stop procrastinating, I'm ready to go. We gotta take the reins, we gotta be gladiators. Not someday, today. We'll take it on today.
That's right. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. JR in Foley. JR, thanks for standing by. What's on your mind today?
All right. Let's suppose you get one question that could be answered with absolute truth. When you got the answer, it'd be absolute truth. You could ask any question you wanted to ask about something you're curious about or something you don't know. And I was wondering, what question would you ask to get the absolute truth? I'll hang up and listen.
Boy, that's going to be tough to only have one.
Yeah.
I hate to say this, and I know we've talked about this before. I really would like to know who killed John Benet Ramsey. Yeah.
I don't know. He's saying ask God, right?
He didn't say that. I saw that on the board, but he never said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if I honestly,
you want John Benet Ramsey?
Well, yeah. I mean, if I was going to just get something answered, I'd like to know what happened. But I mean, there's if I don't know, man. I think I'm not trying to just say something. I really do sit around and think about this, and I think it'd probably do us all more good if we did this. I know it did for me. I think the thing that is so surprising about God to me is that he hasn't killed all of us.
Yeah. Why the patience?
Yeah. Why the patience?
Yeah.
I know you took it down to 8 one time, so you're on record that you do get tired of things. But
I think I would want to ask. I mean, I know the answer to this, but I think hearing the details, why did you ever fool with us? You know?
Right. Yeah.
It seems a long way home to put up with all of us, you know.
Right.
But no, on a direct, I'd like to know about the speed of light. You know, I think that would answer a lot of questions.
That is a good one.
I would like to get a replay on the creation thing, though. I hope we get that. I hope we get to see that on the big screen.
How about
maybe even 3D?
Yeah.
4D in this case.
Oh yeah. What if I said this? Hey, could you nutshell the Trinity for us?
Nutshell the Trinity.
Hey, you ever tried to wrap your mind around the Trinity? Ooh. I mean, that is I go Adrian Rogers. You try to fully understand the Trinity, you'll lose your mind. If you reject its truth, you'll lose your salvation.
I think he would say, I tried to explain it in a way that maybe you could understand it. It's just so far above you.
Yeah.
There's no other way to explain it to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like us trying to explain to an ant how we build a house.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I get into Wayne Gruden's systematic theology and think I've almost got it. Then I'm like, holy crap.
I know.
I'm not even close.
Let's go to Jim in New York. Jimmy, what's going on in New York City?
You don't want to know, but that's another story.
Okay.
But I want to say one thing first is that it shouldn't be called Father's Day. It should be called Dad's Day because it takes a minute to become a father, but it takes a lifetime to become a dad.
Wow,
So,
Jim,
happy
look at Jim.
Wow,
Look at
that's
that.
a
Look at
deep
Jimmy.
thought here.
Amen.
Look at
Hey,
Jimmy.
man. Deep thought, Jim.
But I want to talk about the whole Juneteenth thing, and the thing is that there's a parallel for this. About 30, 40 years ago, there was a movement to make Constitution Day a federal holiday, September 17th, day the Constitution was signed, important day in American history. The main advocate of this was the Federal Employees Union Association. Obvious reason, it's another day off.
Yeah.
And, the thing is, and if you don't support giving people a day off, you may be perceived as being bigoted, like Columbus Day. If there were a movement, I know Columbus Day is a national holiday, but in places with large Italian populations like up here, there would be great movement for it, whereas other places, North Dakota, So the thing is, the whole part is you've got people on both sides, whatever. But the simple fact is every holiday costs the country a lot of money, no matter how valid it is.
Yeah, we were looking. Bubba gave me a number. Now, you look at.
I have it for you. It's 12 holidays, paid holidays now, but federal employees are off 44 paid days a year now with vacation, sick, holidays, all that.
Yeah, see, Bubba and I, we're only person I thought was off more than us was Johnny Carson, and we only get 25.
We have fallen way behind.
Yeah, we only get 25. So a federal
You only get 25.
Hey, federal people get 44. That you realize that's almost an off day every week. There's only 52 weeks. So we're
I've been saying we could do that, and y'all won't listen to me.
We're turning into friends.
We could do 4 days a week. Rotate it. Rotate who's,
Look, there's also some freedom to this phrase. I can't. I got to work.
You're all over that.
I can't. I got to be up 4:30. Yeah, don't let that get away from me.
Yeah.
Let's go to Bob in Alabama.
Hey, Bob.
Bob, go ahead.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
Hey, I know y'all get on Greg how soft he's getting now because he's granddaddy.
Oh yeah.
If you want to really see how soft he is, have him listen to Jason Howard, Little Boy and the Preacher Man during break, and let us know if he sheds a tear.
Little Boy and the Preacher Man.
Little Boy and the Preacher Man. I never heard that before.
It's Old Man Howard's boy.
When I saw his eyes get a little watery on Little Person.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, little person.
Okay, here we go. Rest of the show.
Let's go to
Be on our minds now.
let's go to Mike in Iowa.
Yeah, Mike.
Mike, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Loud and clear. Q5.
Hey, Rick, I love your guys' show. I listen to you all the time.
Thanks.
But my comment, I don't have a question. I have a comment to the Good Time crew in the morning.
Yeah.
Helmsley is the fisherman,
Yep.
and I'm a crappie fisherman, and I only fish the spawn.
Okay.
I'm after the big boys, the state record.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I'm going to tell you, if I had to spend, because they always do this thing, what if?
Yeah. Would you rather?
Yeah, the kickoff hour. Would you rather? Yeah.
I would spend 4 hours in a boat with Greg before I would Helmsley. I'm not kidding.
Do you know what? I would too.
Why is that?
So what are you saying here?
Are you not liking the Would You Rather segments, or do you just not like me?
Oh no! I love y'all. I love y'all. God spirited. I love y'all. But one thing is, Helmsley, you're a lure fisherman, and I gave that up a while back. I'm quite a bit older than you guys.
I see where you're going with this now.
And,
Okay.
so my arms can't do it. So I'm a lazy fisherman.
Oh, I see.
Ain't nothing
I
wrong with
use live
that.
bait, and
I
I
like
could
it.
sit in a boat with Greg for 4 hours because He's a man of few words sometimes, but I love what he says.
Yeah.
I could sit there with him and just enjoy the day.
I don't
I
know.
like the crappie
I don't
fish.
know a few words is correct. Maybe your perception.
Bubba, he's exactly right.
I think what he's saying is he makes them count.
He does.
Not a lot of small talk.
Yep.
We can't let Speedy go with us till he does something about his head.
See, people don't know what you're talking
It
about.
looks like Helmsley hooked him in the back of
I
the
think he did. I think
with one of them lures.
Maybe worse.
Knock him out.
It's bad.
We'll be back. More of your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. SimplySafeBubba.com. You remember when you were a kid, and you're sitting there and you're going to bed at night, mom and daddy's with you, they say a little prayer over you, tuck you in, how comfortable, you felt so safe. Well, with SimplySafeBubba.com, don't forget, we talk about their technology a lot, and we should because it's great. And we talk about how they have completely pulled kind of an antiquated, outdated industry, and that's security systems, into present time. But something I think we don't talk about enough is their people. I mean, they're there for you. You need something, there's somebody on the phone ready to go. You got a problem, they're around the clock, 24/7 for about $15 a month. If there's a fire, God forbid, they're there for you. Somebody breaks in, they're there. Medical emergency, burst pipe, even a problem setting up the system. They're always there to help you out, and that should give you a feeling of security, and it does. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there, customize your system, and get a free security camera. We'll throw in a free security camera if you use SimplySafeBubba.com and use the code BUBBA. You can also go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find them there under the sponsors button, and you're not in any kind of contract. You don't have to have a crew come install it. These are fantastic systems. So get yours today from SimplySafeBubba.com. To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Leslie out of Springville. Leslie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I heard in your answer to the question earlier about the one question you want to know the answer to, you just put in the pondering of why does God keep us around? How He's destroyed the people before, except for Noah and his family. But why does He keep us around? And it's that His name is always going to be glorified. We might not act in a way that glorifies God, but we can never deprive Him of His glory because we don't have that power. He made a covenant with Abraham and with Moses. He glorifies Himself through us. And He uses Christ to give us that abundant life. His desire is for Himself to be glorified, His name to be glorified by His mercy with our repentance.
Yeah,
That's part of our message on Wednesday night from Ezekiel 36.
Yeah, well, and Peter says this really clear in 2 Peter when he's talking about these false prophets and false teachers that are coming in. He said, they're going to start asking you why the Lord has not returned yet. And he says, I'll tell you, one of the reasons that He hasn't returned yet is because of grace. He's allowing time. He's allowing people the opportunity to what we may call Him, taking His time. For Him may not be very much time at all, but He's mainly doing it because He's gracious and merciful and is trying to give everybody their best shot to your point, Leslie, to repent.
As I said a minute ago, I knew the answer to the question. I guess would love to hear his explanation.
Yeah.
But everything is done to glorify Him, creation, and
100%.
fallen creation, which makes even more glory if you think about it.
Yeah.
If we were robots, there would be no beautiful story involved.
Right, and He's going to work us back. Now, this next round, when He gets the new heaven and new earth, He's going to be sure that He can trust everybody that's in now. There won't be any people that fall away anymore.
Well,
because over and over again, He keeps refining it, and finally that flesh is going to be dead that's in the sin state, and we'll be because we're working our way. Justification happens when one is redeemed. Then we have sanctification, which is the process of maturing in the faith and becoming more holy, and then glorification is when this flesh is finally dead.
Yeah, and just like the seasons that we have on earth, the seasons of our life we have, there is a season in the timeline of God's story.
Yep.
And we're in the time of grace right now, and that too will come to an end.
Yep. The church age. Flip, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Flip, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Boys, how in the world are you doing?
Good, sir. How about you?
You go.
I tell you one thing, I'm so excited. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat and hadn't even got out of the truck yet.
That's good.
What are you so excited about?
Watch that steering wheel.
Well, I'm the guy that did the Greg Burgess diet plan with having his chest cut open 3 or 4 times. You remember that, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh. Well, hey, that question you want to know, I've always wondered, how is it that a black cow can eat green grass and produce white milk? How do it know?
Just another one of those wonders.
It's a long way home for that
I
one.
know, that's old Flip. You know, he had all that surgery. And
Oh,
everything.
yeah. How about old Flip?
Man.
I
wish
don't
my
think God
nickname was
covered that
Flip.
in Job, but he covered a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he did. Mitchell, welcome to Rick and Bubba out of Missouri.
Flip.
Good morning, sir. How are y'all?
Good, Mitchell. How you doing, buddy?
I am on my way to Gridiron Men's Conference from Cape Girardeau here in Missouri, where you'll be in August.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking
Got all
forward to that.
packed up, headed that way, about 20 minutes down the road. Pulled a U-turn, headed back to pick up my tickets.
You left no. You sound like me.
I'm heading in the right direction now, though. We'll be there plenty of time.
Oh, you can't believe you had to do that.
How far down the road were you?
About 20 minutes. I mean, I was already planning on stopping for breakfast, you know, being of the weighted variety myself there. So I was about to pull into the restaurant and went, nope, I guess I'll run home and get those tickets.
What made you
And then,
remember? What happened to just spark that memory?
I hope it was the show.
It was a little bit. I was listening to the show and I was driving, you know, I was running through the things. I'm supposed to be picking up my nephew in Huntsville. I'm bringing him this evening as well.
Good.
And he's trying to get somebody to switch shifts with him there at the Blue Plate Cafe there in Huntsville, so he can make it tonight too.
Yeah,
so,
come on with that.
we got some hurdles. We got some hurdles to get over today, but we'll make it.
Well, look, when if I don't see you in the lobby, I'm gonna be out there when you guys are coming in at the Man Church booth. But somehow scream to me, "Hey, I made it! I want to get my tickets." Rick, it's Mitchell. I made it. Thanks, buddy.
I'll do it.
See you tonight, Lord willing.
I think we've all done that, going to something else, and you realize you forgot your ticket.
There's no worse feeling. I'll tell you one time, the one that you talk about stupid. It's when we didn't have Camp House during this time we first started hunting at the farm. So it's 30 minutes to the farm, so everything was at the house. I didn't have anywhere to keep it at the farm. And what was so bad is I was meeting somebody too, and then we were all fired up. I was going to be so number one, and they didn't have a gun. I was bringing them a gun and all that. And I get about 3/4 of the way there and realize that I've left all the guns and ammunition back at the house.
Rick.
Oh gosh.
we ain't got nothing. You talk about a terrible rally. How about that U-turn? 866 we be big. Let's go to Hammer. Hammer, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hammer
Go
time.
Ahead. Hey,
Don't
Hammer.
hurt him, Hammer.
Don't hurt him, Hammer.
Hammer time.
I've been listening to Rick and Bubba for a long time. Love the show.
Thank you.
Recently started going to work early and listening to the kickoff hour.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
And this week, 10 to 15 minutes of my time totally wasted as I listened to them talk about some lame show about living with an octopus.
Oh yeah,
that Speedy show.
That was bizarre. That's on me. That's my fault. Actually, it's Hobie's
You
fault.
take that up with Speedy.
That's
Gray.
a weird.
We bring different things that we listen and watched to the show, and he
lives
gave us
with an octopus.
It's my octopus teacher.
Bubba.
It's a Netflix documentary, and I literally I watched it for the show.
Yeah, because it was brought up in Speedy. I said that'd be something good to talk about. He said, "Well, I'm gonna watch it."
Yeah, and
I've seen it.
Man, you what?
So you kept that to yourself?
You've seen it.
You didn't want to tell nobody, did you?
Well, no, I don't want to tell nobody about that.
It's weird.
You know that is a strange animal.
It's about to get stranger.
If we discover life on another planet, I can't imagine any kind of animal much weirder than an octopus.
Well, this guy bonded with it.
Yeah.
All right, so Rick, you've seen it. They seem to think I will enjoy this.
Oh, he'll get
What
moved
is your
and
thoughts
motivated by it. You know how he
Well,
is.
you're going to be like me. You find yourself intrigued with it. It starts off as somewhat of a fascinating story.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, these lines start being
It's a weird turn.
crossed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
What do you mean,
I'm like,
Rick? What do you mean?
I'm like, don't go across that bridge.
Right. Well, you're asking a bird. He's about to. I mean, not to.
You
can
look
ruin
right
it.
there.
but
It's things like that.
Oh, he really likes the
things like that.
He's passionate about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's
gonna
almost,
cry about it.
I think he clouded the
They had to
relationship.
blur some of it out.
I think he clouded his relationship
Yeah.
with this octopus. And
Well, I think you gotta start.
I'm
with-
I'm ready to say out loud. At one point, I think he fell in love with this octopus.
Yes, Rick, and you hid this from us.
What,
We could have discussed this.
You
a
had
long
seen
time.
that?
do you see why?
Well, to the caller's point, Rick, in his eyes, probably made a good decision by that.
Oh, well,
Speedy
no.
was Rick. Speedy
Anytime.
was moved by it.
Okay, here we go. That's not true.
You know what Speedy told me? You know what? She wasn't bad.
Right.
For an octopus, she wasn't ugly.
I did look at Terry. I did look at Terry one time, and I went, "Is he crying?
What
is he crying?"
What is the? What do we?
Started crying.
Where do we rank the octopus intelligence functional?
Pretty high.
Or they're pretty smart.
They're pretty smart. Yeah.
I mean, they got a lot of hands to work, so you're gonna have a lot of.
Well, yes, they do.
Listen, you rip one off, they'll grow it right back.
Oh, in a second.
Yes, they do.
No,
they live to die.
I'm watching this today.
This show doesn't include peanut butter, does it?
No, but what did you just say that out loud? What are you doing?
I just wonder if he fed it peanut butter. Will they eat peanut butter?
No, I don't think so.
My gracious. It's an octopus.
Everything eats peanut
I'm
butter.
scared of that. It's too weird.
The documentary or peanut butter?
Well, it's Bubba's whole thought process.
Oh, I just asked. I've never seen it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Father's Day this weekend. Congratulations to all the dads that picked up some Rick and Bubba swag for Father's Day. Good idea. You know what? Remember, if you're thinking something tied to the show and you're like, man, I can't get, it won't happen in time. I didn't order in time. Tell what you could do. Go to warriorunited.com/Bubba. warriorunited.com/Bubba. Now, you're not going to get the book by Father's Day, but you can print out something that lets the dad on your list know that an autographed copy of this 42-day devotional that Lance Ingram directed and put together. 42 different men. Bubba and I are included. We're honored to be in the group. Jane Spann is there, and Tua Tagovailoa, and you've got Dave Ramsey, and it's 42 different men, 42 different topics for 42 different days. It's a great gift for the men that are on your Father's Day list. So you could at least go ahead and order that, then you can print it out, and you can have that even today, and then have it. You can give that to them if you're trying to look for something there, and it'll come autographed to them once we get all those done. All right, so let's look at what we have here. Speaking of Father's Day, Robert is out of Starkville on 96.1. And we always offer an opportunity for you to run your Father's Day gift by us, and then we'll tell you.
For means testing.
Yeah, see if you're on the right track. Robert, go ahead. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Faithful Tuber here.
Thank you, buddy.
And my statement is basically in general to the ladies, when you're shopping for your man, whether it's Father's Day or whatever, make sure you know exactly what he wants, because just because he says he wants a certain tool, there's lots of good ones and bad ones. So make sure you know the brand and model and that he wants.
Yeah, we covered that, Robert. You didn't
Some
hear that
parallel
yesterday.
thinking there.
But it's good that you brought it back up again, because the people listening now or watching now may not have heard us talk about that yesterday. It's very, very important. Like yesterday, for instance, my wife did something very, very smart. We visited with her dad, my father-in-law, and I was there. And she said, all right, I'm going to take both of you right now. We're going to go into this store. Y'all go over and get what you want, bring it over here, and the women here will say, here's your present. See, we picked out, like I have it on, I picked out the shirt I wanted, not one she thought I might want.
Did you get multicolors on that?
Tried, got shot down.
What store did you go to? What brand is that?
You know where I went and got this, by the way?
That looks like Buc-ee's or something.
This is that. Is this, which one is this?
Did you say Buc-ee's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a line that looks like that.
You know, you have the HUK, that hook one, and then this is different. What's the one that starts with the G? What is this fishing shirt? What is
G&G. It's on the other side.
Yeah, something. What is it? What is that?
G.
It just has the logo G and G. It looks like.
It's. You know where I got it? You ready for this? You know where she took us in to get something?
Martin's.
You're gonna love the name of this. In Gunnersville downtown, baby. Bubba's 2.
Bubba's 2.
You're
which
kidding.
Which means there's a Bubba's 1.
I know, and I kept asking where. And you know what? You know what the brother's name is? Rick.
Really?
Yep.
It's Game Guard.
I like this.
Game Guard Outdoors.
I like it.
That's
There
what
we
the
go.
GG
I
is
like
for.
this right here. Mm-hmm. Here's an email on Father's Day. Said, I have a great son-in-law. I need a great gift for him. He was hoping that Rick and Bubba would have a great selection, or a suggestion. I was hoping that. And so it's the son-in-law, undoubtedly the husband and wife here, the son-in-law, and, of course, the daughter, they had to reschedule their wedding 3 times due to coronavirus. Then they just had twins that were born prematurely. They're doing okay, but they're having to stay in the hospital till August.
Wow.
And so that was and that happened while they were trying to have a vacation. So they've had all this going on, saying everything's good, but just wanted to give him a shout-out to what a fantastic job he's done as a husband and as a father. So this is a great Father's Day for him. So I'm thinking, and this comes from Lisa, and that would be Hayden and the daughter Kat, who just had these twins. You know, to me, I think you're down to the final moments here. I still love this gift card idea.
Yeah.
I hate to keep going back to that. I know some of you say,
it's flexible, Rick. It gives flexibility.
Do you think that some people just think that's not special enough? But you're talking about men here.
Yeah.
We're not talking about.
They some people say it's not personal. It's
Yeah,
not
it is.
like but I think it's just giving them something where they can pick it out.
It means
whatever you get them,
know what
put
it
in
is?
the closet.
It means I know my daddy, or I know my husband, who is the daddy of our children, well enough that I know that he'd rather go get what he wants
And I'm just saying you have a guilt-free shopping trip here that I got on this card.
Yeah.
Now look, is he going to go over that card? He is. Just so y'all know. You always underestimate what these things cost. But you know what? At least you put a dent in it, right? I mean, you helped.
Yeah.
So I would write him something like how much you appreciate what he's done, Lisa, and then say, here's your card. When you get a chance to come up for air, go pick you out something nice. Kind of like Cousin Eddie said.
Get you something real nice.
Get you something real nice, Clark. Let's go to David in Hoover, ZZK. David, go ahead.
Hey, guys, got a good forgotten ticket story for you. So back in 2001, my wife and I headed off down to Baton Rouge, Louisiana to watch UAB take on LSU. And I bought my ticket, and she was the mascot at the time, so she didn't need a ticket. So we get down there, get to game day, get ready to go to the stadium. Forgot my ticket back in Birmingham. So she says, look.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you were dating Blaze?
Yes. Well, I'm now married to her.
You're married to Blaze, the mascot of
Been married to her for 24 years.
All right.
Fire.
Listen to how he got in.
All right, how'd you get in?
So the Blaze at that time was 2 huge bags, and she said, look, just grab a bag, don't look at anybody, don't talk to anybody, walk in behind me, and next thing I know, I'm standing on the field at Tiger Stadium watching UAB play LSU and eventually win the game and make Nick Saban 0-1 against UAB. So, I mean, it was a great day after all.
It's good to marry the mascot.
Blazer.
Absolutely.
That's great. Look, and Greg, once again, just act like you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, or walk backwards.
We had a Fat Fest that night, remember?
We sure did.
Yep.
Let's go to, where was it? Florida. Jackson in Florida. Jackson, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I've been listening to y'all for a while, and I was just wondering if y'all have influenced me to start my own podcast, and I was wondering if you could give me some tips and what programs y'all use.
To record our podcast? I see, Bubba and I have no idea.
We're just mindless talent.
We sit behind a microphone and we talk, and Adler and Helmsy do a lot of moving around.
Email
and Speedy pulls people up on computers. We don't know how it's done.
I will say this: there is, and I'm not just putting this out. You're welcome to email me, helmsy@rickandbubba.com. I'll give you some information. But if you simply Google how to do a podcast, there are so many videos out there. They'll point you. There's actually free services out there you can use. You don't have to do what we're doing. It's very helpful. But I'll certainly respond to your email if you send me.
What's your podcast about?
Thank you,
Greg.
I wanted to kind of do what y'all are doing and basically just random stuff.
Okay.
So Jackson, what's the name of it?
It's still in a work in progress, but I was thinking something like Randomness Weekly.
Randomness Weekly.
I like it.
With Jackson.
Something like that.
I'd probably think more along the side. I like this one better. How about that?
How about that? And what about this? How about I then?
And then then in your podcast, when something happens, you go, how about that?
How about Scene Earn?
It's just a suggestion. Scene Earn?
I think you should start out by interviewing Speedy.
I do too.
Get it rolling.
You talk about getting some
How to stop bleeding.
Man,
Speedy can retweet
years.
Retweet it on his Twitter.
Yep. I'll be happy to talk to Jackson. Let's do it.
It'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Top of the hour. For a lot of us, we're wrapping up our time together this week. Everybody have a great weekend, fathers. Have a great Father's Day. Gridiron men. See you tonight.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and